lighting, we focus on smart lighting for perfect illumination, safety, and comfort outside and inside the vehicle. Our cutting-edge sensor and light solutions help make journeys safer and more convenient. At AMS Osram, we provide optical and image sensing technologies for digital health applications, including remote monitoring and best-in-class medical imaging. As vital sign monitoring becomes increasingly important, our smart health solutions will help ensure a healthier, more balanced life. As a key enabler for industry, we combine sensing and light to enable safer human-machine interaction. In manufacturing and logistics, our technology makes production more efficient and modern, driving cost down to meet Industry 4.0 goals. Our UVC technology helps create a cleaner, safer world by purifying and disinfecting air, water, and surfaces in an instant. A game-changing technology with huge potential against germs and viruses. We offer innovative lighting solutions to illuminate factories and workspaces. With technologies such as UVC, robotics, 3D sensing, LiDAR, AR, and VR, we enable Industry 5.0 applications.
less congestion, faster connection, more Wi-Fi devices. Welcome to the future of communication network, Realtek. Realtek has complete home networking solutions to help popularize Wi-Fi 6 to the public. To make this real, all kinds of Wi-Fi devices can be connected through Realtek Wi-Fi 6 technology, making it easier and faster. There are AP router processor, Wi-Fi NIC, IoT microcontroller, Bluetooth processor, multimedia processor. Wi-Fi 6 technology increases internet coverage rate by 50%, increases connected devices by 4 times, and provides a more meticulous security and protection mechanism. From wireless to wired, home to city. Power over Ethernet, fiber line broadband, copper line broadband, switch controller, automotive Ethernet, 10G XPON processor. Everyone is connected to the world easily. Being ready for what you'll need, Realtek has built a complete network ecosystem for you. Our common future will arrive sooner than you can expect. Realtek now, ready for the future.
If only electric cars were for everyone. If only machines could run more efficiently. If only I could create smart, connected, and secure IoT devices. This is where
mutual success. UMC fabs employ the world's finest engineers and are equipped with the latest automated manufacturing equipment. We consistently set foundry industry benchmarks for fast cycle times and high yields. We provide the technology, manufacturing, and expertise to enable the success of our customers and bring out the full potential of their semiconductor products. UMC.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to SSIA Summit 2022. We hope you're enjoying our breakfast so far. And right now, I would like to also invite our guests to be seated as we are going to start the event in about 2 minutes' time. If you're wondering about the mask is no longer mandatory. Do feel free to unmask if you're comfortable to do so. At this point of time, you may also like to take a look at the booklet. Page 5, there is a QR code for you to scan that leads you to the Slido, or you may also download the Slido app so that you can be coming in with your questions later on for the Q&A segment. Lucky draw will be held after lunch at the end of the day as well, so do stay with us. And ladies and gentlemen, earlier on upon registration, I believe you have received your TAN card. May you please head to your seat and have the TAN card placed in front of you as well. Thank you very much. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite you to your seat as we are going to kickstart the event in about a minute's time. Thank you very much. Hello, very good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. At this point of time, may I please invite our guests to be seated as we are going to kickstart today's summit very, very shortly. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's really nice this morning to see all of you coming in. We hope you're enjoying the breakfast so far. Thank you. And once again, a very good morning to all our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to SSIA Summit 2022. I'm Paige. It's an honor to be your MC this morning. Thank you so much once again for joining us and taking your precious time out to join us today's event. All right, it's been really a long while since we hold such a big physical event, and I do see our guests are still streaming in. Might be the morning traffic. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, may I have your cooperation, please, to be seated? Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, as I mentioned, it's been a long while since we actually hold such a big physical event, and it's really nice to see all of you coming in here together. So, ladies and gentlemen, shall we kickstart the day with a round of applause? Shall we? A round of applause. Can I hear from our applause from our audience right here? Thank you. That's something that we can't hear through virtual events, isn't it? Thank you so much for the applause. And this applause is for you. Thank you for taking the effort to come in to join us today. It's really nice to see you. And this year's theme, Advancing Technologies Towards a Sustainable Future, looking at how we can tackle the contradiction of being the producers of products that support green environment while contributing to climate change. So today we have invited industry experts and leaders who's going to share with us more today. And apart from that, ladies and gentlemen, Lucky Draw will be happening after the lunch and at the end of the summit. So please stay with us because you stand a chance to win really attractive prizes. We have the iPad, we also have the Xbox, and not forgetting the MacBook Air as well. All right, so you may feel free to visit the booth at the Begonia Junior Ballroom later. So ladies and gentlemen, right now as we can see, shall we all put our hands together to welcome our guest of honor, Minister of State, Mr. Alvin Tan, Ministry of Trade and Industry, and Ministry of Culture, Community and Youth. Thank you, Mr. Tan, for joining us. Thank you once again, Mr. Tan, for joining us. It's a pleasure to meet you here. Also making today's event possible, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to sincerely thank our sponsors and supporting partners. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's kickstart today's event and welcome Mr. Andrew Chong, Chairman of SSIA, on stage for his opening address. Mr. Andrew Chong, please.
Mr. Alvin Tan, Minister of State, Ministry of Trade and Industry, Ministry of Culture, Community and Youth, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. It's my pleasure to be able to welcome you to SSIA's Summit 2022. It's actually, obviously, our first big event without numbers restriction since the pandemic. I know I keep saying this, the last time I said it was the first event, because I really want to mark these occasions and be actually very thankful that we are returning to safer times in this country. The summit, I'm also very heartened throughout this period of time to have a strong showing from our membership. Over 100 companies are participating today, and this is a testament to the vibrancy actually of our industry, that we can bring together our members, our partners, and many of our supporters. For our industry during the pandemic, there's been a surge in demand for electronics. That's the other reason I'm grateful all of you are here. I think many of you are still chasing parts or being chased for parts. But this has, of course, given a spotlight on our industry. The general public now knows how important the semiconductor industry is to life in modern days. This, of course, has its advantages, but it also has its responsibilities. So while the industry has risen to the challenge of managing the supply chain and the processes, the flow of digitalization, 5G, cloud, IoT, will continue. And this will fuel a very strong demand. So here's what I mean by that contradiction, which I will go into a little bit further. Despite the fact that there is a slowdown in the economy in general, WSTS is still forecasting that for Asia Pacific next year we will grow 10.5%. Except for the last 2 or 3 years, 10.5% would make most of us very, very happy in the industry. Indeed, I already mentioned there are headwinds. There are geopolitical uncertainties, escalating US-China tension, rising cost of energy, I have to put that in, and the slowdown in global economic growth. In Singapore, as part of the Manufacturing 2030 vision for advanced manufacturing, the government and the key agencies have been working very, very closely with SSIA and all of you in several areas. This includes upgrading of skills for our workers, adoption of technology for manufacturing, and the continued attraction of investments into our industry in Singapore. Indeed, we continue to see large investments in both new facilities, but also more importantly, and sometimes a little bit less visibly, in greater automation in all the activities that our companies conduct in the country. This contributes significantly to Singapore's ecosystem and in turn creates high-value jobs. We will continue to work as an industry together with our partners in government and public institutions to attract and retain a pool of talent for our industry. This is especially important as we expect that we will create another 2,000 high-value jobs over the next 3 to 5 years. So this year, the focus of the summit is on sustainability, a very, very important topic that has become increasingly important for society and therefore necessarily so for our industry. One of the largest demand drivers for semiconductors has indeed been electrification. It actually has been about the high efficiency electrification. But we also, as an industry, cannot run away from the fact that we ourselves are a major consumer of resources. And because of this, we have to address this balance between the good we do and the resources we consume doing so. And this is why this year's summit focuses on the importance of this contradiction and to explore how we can take our first steps as we head towards the goal of both a larger but also a greener industry. These ambitions will form part of our national sustainability goal under Singapore Green Plan 2030 to complement Singapore's energy initiatives. Given the recent spike in energy prices and the upcoming increase in carbon tax in 2023 in Singapore, I know that many of you are facing a competitive challenge, and it of course affects our manufacturing the most. It is therefore imperative that companies, together with the support from our institutions, take tangible steps towards a more sustainable way of utilizing and harnessing energy to bring down operating costs. I know that this increased cost is painful for many of you, but I was also talking earlier to the Minister that we mustn't lose this opportunity. The pain we will suffer anyway, but we mustn't lose this opportunity to understand the messaging that we need to change and be more efficient and think through our processes. I'm personally very optimistic because I remember about 20 or 30 years ago, a very wise boss of mine from Germany said, "You know why life is so difficult in this industry, in semiconductors?" And I said, oh, okay, I mean, there are many reasons. He said, that's because this industry is full of clever people. So we spend all this time fighting each other, and that's what makes this industry amazing, the progress that we've made. So, but because we are in this industry full of clever people, I'm optimistic that if we believe this is a challenge worth addressing, we could be actually an industry that leads in this area. So one of the options is obviously renewables. Solar energy is one of Singapore's options. And we are constantly innovating on how to harness this. Obviously, there is a limitation on land space in Singapore, but we have some innovation even in addressing this area. For example, Sembcorp's Tengeh floating solar farm at the Tengeh reservoir. So I'm also very happy that Sembcorp will be joining us today to give us some insights into their views in this area. SSIA will be working with our companies in promoting sustainability and energy efficiency. And one of the things SSIA can do collectively is to help our industry with efficiency benchmarks to guide this. I think each individual company has to look for its competitive advantage, but it'd be very useful if we had a measuring stick on the progress that we need to make. So also in line with this theme, SSIA has organized a lineup of relevant speakers, including my good friend Russell Tam of Temasek International, who will give us the solution to all our problems. You only have to wait another 5 minutes. Kenneth Ng from Razer and many other esteemed speakers to share their experiences, insights, and vision for the industry, and how we can work towards a net zero by the 2030s. SSIA has strengthened its focus and activities since the industry transformation roadmap was announced in 2016 under the Future Economy Council. We will continue to be the collective voice for industry in addressing new industry challenges and double down on our collaborative efforts in people and business as we move towards the renewal of the ITM. SSIA will continue to focus on workforce development, upskilling and attracting talents to our industry. And to attract more people, we will work on increasing the awareness of careers in our industry. We thank EDB, who will be cooperating with us on this, and we will be reaching out to many of you in the industry to be part of this information campaign. We will continue to strengthen and grow our local ecosystem by helping companies to collaborate and upgrade. So this includes today's theme of sustainability, where we help to help companies transform by providing these benchmarks that I mentioned earlier. And I believe if we can be first movers in this area, the whole ecosystem, this will be an area of competitive advantage for regional and global business. The SSIA Secretariat team has a few key dates in 2023 to bring these topics to the industry. For example, Electronics Day in January, Women's Forum in March, and the Business Connect in April. We hope that all of you will continue to support us in the next year as we roll out our initiatives. Finally, this summit cannot be achieved without the help and support of all the sponsors and contributors. As I mentioned earlier, more than 100 companies have come forward to support and enable this event. On behalf of the SSIA board and team, thank you to the sponsors and individual contributors to our event. We hope that all of you will continue to engage with SSIA's Secretariat team on our industry initiatives and to elevate the awareness of the industry towards our vision of a digitalized and sustainable future. I would, as always, also like to extend a big thank you to Wee Seng and the team for organizing the summit and the dinner. We recognize, of course, the complexity of organizing such a large undertaking, especially on the Formula One weekend. And I'm grateful for the agility and energy that has gone into today's events. I wish everyone a fulfilling day and encourage you to take this opportunity to explore new partnerships and ideas, because that's what we're really good at as an industry. We're really, really good at innovation. And so you just have to put your mind to the right problems. So the manufacturing sector is a key driver. The government agencies always remind us of that. And the semiconductor industry is an important part of this part of our economy. And so let's come together to reach our manufacturing vision of 2030. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman of SSIA, Mr. Andrew Chong, for his opening address. Thank you, Mr. Chong, once again. Next, may I have the honor to invite our guest of honor, Minister of State, Mr. Alvin Tan, Ministry of Trade and Industry, and Ministry of Culture, Community and Youth to address us, please. A round of applause to welcome Mr. Tan.
Mr. Andrew Chong, Chairman, SSIA, my good friend, Ms. Ang Wee Seng, and members, distinguished guests. This is a very special event, only because Andrew and I were just talking whether, when did we last hold this? And we last held this virtually. And I think many of us are quite sick of holding events virtually. That was in 2020, Andrew, where I also gave a speech, but it was just not the same. It's just not the same. This weekend, as Andrew mentioned, it's a bit of a coming out party for Singapore in many different ways. After 2 years, we're going to have about close to about 300,000 people coming in for F1 weekend. I think it does signal something where we have, hopefully, and of course cautiously, overcome the greatest depths of the COVID crisis, which has really plagued us for the last 2 years. And I think there's a palpable sense of energy that we're sensing all around. We have been working quite hard on this front, as Andrew mentioned. And in fact, the last few months have been a very busy time for the semiconductor sector. If we think about this, COVID has taught us many things, right? COVID has taught us about the importance of health. COVID has taught us about the importance of physical health. COVID has taught us the importance of mental health. COVID has taught us the importance of sustainability. And COVID has also taught us the importance of energy. Because a lot of these were in short supply as we tried to navigate the crisis. But then also bringing it back to the semiconductor industry, COVID has also taught us the importance of the semiconductor industry in terms of the rise in the use of tech, in terms of the rise and use of electrification, and then the rise in demand and constricted supply. So we were short of mental well-being, we were short of health, we were short of sustainability in green aspects, we were short of energy, and very much short of the thing that you guys are all innovating, which is semiconductors. In this regard, the last few months have been indeed very busy, and there are many different micro and macro trends that are affecting the industry, and many companies have announced new investments in Singapore that will power every aspect of this digital economy, the rise and the trends that I spoke about. This includes increased demand for computing power, cloud infrastructure, 5G, and as well as AI. Leading global companies such as United Microelectronics and Siltronics have also invested in Singapore during these times. While the long-term future of our sector is bright, there will be many challenges along the way. And if you don't mind me, Andrew, you've covered this also, but allow me to share maybe 3 of them. The first is talent. In fact, when we discuss, it's always about talent. Second, it's innovation, and third is sustainability. In fact, in our industry transformation map, in our Future Economy Council meetings, these are the key trends that we talked about. And it just is not confined to the manufacturing industry, it's everywhere, tourism, and you name it. The shortage, particularly of the semiconductor talent, is a global phenomenon that Singapore obviously is not at all immune to. And to mitigate this, we will have to, amongst industry, please work and continue to work very closely with us in government and also educational institutions to help us to develop a strong pipeline of talent. We launched the Manufacturing 2030 Connects or Careers Initiative this year to do a few things. One is to help companies to attract talent in manufacturing, which accounts for about 22-23% of our output, and also to make these opportunities more accessible to our locals. And the best companies and companies will do well to help to reach out to students, to share about and then recruit them into our sector. EDB and SSIA are also partnering many of the schools, educational institutions to conduct student outreach and training programs to encourage students to get to know more, not just of the manufacturing sector, but also to get to know more about the semiconductors sector and the important role that these little microchips play in the overall economy. The very things that they spend 12, 13, 14, 15 hours on every single day. So we want to work very closely with many of you, many of the companies, on these student outreach efforts, including career fairs, including Semiconductor Industry Awareness Week, and visits to plants. We visited Kok Seng's plant a couple of weeks ago to see and then to experience the exciting work and the innovative work that many of you are doing. And so we welcome, if you have many good ideas, please hit me up. Better ideas to coordinate our outreach to students, to the industry, collectively as one body. We are also exploring ways to equip our workers with the right skills so that they can use these skills to build their careers in a very rapidly evolving and innovative semiconductor industry. Between 2016 and 2021, we successfully placed more than 600 mid-career hires into our semiconductor sector through key industry initiatives like the Career Conversion Program. So EDB, Workforce Singapore, and SSIA will continue to work very closely with the industry to promote this Career Conversion Program. And we'll also continue to partner many companies like you, and please do work with us to help equip our people with future-ready skills. And many of these skills, as you know, do not come ready-made in the schools. You will have to train them on the job. They pick up these skills, and then we build that talent within your pipelines. In fact, our trade associations and chambers, such as SSIA, are actively participating in many of the industry programs to strengthen this pipeline of talent into our semiconductor industry. In fact, the TACs, SSIA, recently we spoke about this many moons ago, have helped to groom the next generation of local leaders for the industry. So a big thank you to SSIA for your contributions to develop the industry, and I look forward to working very closely together with you in the years ahead. The next thing is about innovation. Our semiconductor sector is a beacon of innovation, as Andrew rightly pointed out, with electronics companies, including semiconductor ones, amongst the most R&D intensive in the world. In 2021, the global semiconductor industry channeled a record of US $71.4 billion, or approximately 13% of its total revenue, into R&D investments. And to support the industry's R&D efforts, our government has launched the Future of Microelectronics, or FME initiative, which aims to create a globally competitive public-private research ecosystem for Singapore. The initiative will focus on 5 technology verticals. First, heterogeneous integration. Second, compound semiconductors. Third, wave and beyond technologies. Fourth, sensors and actuators. And 5, edge AI. Now, these are verticals which Singapore has public research capabilities in, and where companies have expressed a keen interest to collaborate in. So please, again, I welcome many of you to do that alongside us. At our recent Manufacturing, Trade and Connectivity International Advisory Panel meeting under the FME initiative that I just mentioned, we discussed our lighthouse approach to help us to identify emerging areas in semiconductor technology developments that we should all be looking out for. Government is also working with system and product companies to pursue product innovation through cutting-edge semiconductor know-how. And we can't do this alone, so we really, really need many of you to come, bring us your ideas, bring us your innovation. So therefore, moving from talent to innovation, then to sustainability. And that's why SSIA's Summit theme is appropriate for today. It's great that semiconductor companies have publicly announced commitment to reduce all of your emissions. This is aligned with Singapore's ambitions to move towards a net zero carbon future, and in fact, our Singapore Green Plan 2030. So I know it's difficult. I know that the transition is difficult, as Andrew mentioned, but please, please, please continue to think of green, innovative ways in which you can take towards reducing your carbon footprint in Singapore. If we don't do it, Andrew, we discussed this, our children will demand it. So we ought to do it for them and together with them. And we will partner you to reach your sustainability goals. We will pilot novel emission abatement solutions with many of you, many of the companies present here. For instance, STMicroelectronics recently announced the largest industrial district cooling system to date. Its chilling processes at a central cooling plant is designed, built, and operated by Singapore Power, and will enable ST to reduce the annual energy consumption at its Ang Mo Kio Technopark campus by 20%. This will give them the potential to reduce carbon emissions by up to 120 kilotons per year, which is equivalent to taking 109,000 cars off the road. So like you, we remain committed to continue our journey to transform and grow our semiconductor sector over the years. And we have concrete strategies, as always in Singapore, to grow and transform the broader electronics sector. You may know them, and Andrew has alluded them, as our industry transformation maps, or ITMs. There are altogether 27, or there are ITMs for 27 sectors, including our electronics sector, which the semiconductor sector is a part of. Through this electronics ITM, we have defined and also developed strategies in the 3 areas I have highlighted earlier: talent, innovation, and sustainability. And these strategies will form the key thrusts that will enable Singapore to grow new capabilities, build a strong engineering and R&D bench, and remain a critical node for semiconductor manufacturing as well as innovation. So I see Kok Sing here, so I just also wanted to give a special mention to Kok Sing, who is my co-chair of the Advanced Manufacturing and Trade subcommittee under the Future Economy Council. We have spent many days and nights together, together with our team, and Andrew is also a key part of this council and subcommittee in developing the manufacturing industry transformation maps, including this electronics ITM, to make sure that the needs and perspectives of industry were considered during the process. So thank you very much, Kok Seng, Andrew, and many of you who have participated in it. And EDB, my colleagues, will share more about the industry transformation maps next month. I was just listening to Andrew, and I just had a few notes. I just want to make, not a correction, but to frame it in this way, to maybe help us to move forward. If we think about sustainability, sustainability is, we're focused on the energy of our planet, which is finite. If we think about talent, it is the energy of our people, which is also finite. But it is incumbent upon us to grow that and to help us for them to achieve the innovation that we're pursuing and for them to achieve very meaningful careers in the semiconductor space. Then we also talk about energy. It's the energy that fuels innovation and progress. So in all three threads, energy runs through sustainability, the energy of our people, and the energy that fuels. And all of us have a responsibility to steward these three energy together. So on that note, I hope you guys have a lot of energy today to come up with many different ideas, even as we look towards Russell to solve all of our energy problems. But I wish SSIA and I wish every one of you a wonderful weekend and also a wonderful conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister of State, Mr. Alvin Tan, for addressing us. Thank you, Mr. Tan, once again. Before we invite our first speaker, we would like to play a short video done by SSIA on this year's theme, exploring how semiconductors have both helped and hindered the environment and on the sustainability landscape. Please take a look.
We live in a world driven by semiconductors. It is an integral part of the way we live, from transportation to healthcare to digital and technology. It is the heart that brings life to every innovation, the heart that sustains it all. And it is this world that is now in a perilous state. We can clearly feel the significant impacts of climate change, with erratic weather patterns, rising sea levels, and an increase in greenhouse gas emissions from our activities. As the world tackles climate change, the sustainability race to net zero is on for 2030. Climate change is reshaping the semiconductor industry. We play an integral role in creating green technology to enable efficient use of energy and water, such as digitalization, solar energy, electric vehicles, and recycled water. We are the heartbeat of infinite possibilities and making the impossible possible. We are the change makers of the world. Let's put sustainability at the heart of our actions. Together, we are one voice with SSIA for the industry. The heartbeat that sustains it all.
Thank you, SSIA. The video encapsulates the challenges that the industry faces as it moves towards net zero, but together, the industry can put sustainability at the heart of our actions. Before we begin today's summit, I would like to also gentle reminder, during the speaker speech, you may key in your questions for the speakers, which is on Slido app. We hope you already have the Slido app, or you can also head on to slido.com. You can key in SSIA to head to that platform. Alternatively, in your booklet, page 5, there is a QR code for you to scan, and that will head you to Slido as well. And that is where we are going to do our Q&A segment later on after every speaker. Thank you so much for heading to Slido. All right, and let's begin today's summit with our keynote speech, Enabling a Low-Carbon Compute Future by Mr. Russell Tham, Joint Head Enterprise Development Group Singapore Head Strategic Development Temasek. Russell was previously President of New Enterprises and Ventures at ST Engineering and President at Applied Materials. He's going to touch on challenges companies may face due to climate change and his thoughts on how to enable a smarter, greener, and more sustainable computing future for everyone. So ladies and gentlemen, shall we put our hands together to invite our first speakers of today, the keynote speech, Mr. Russell Tham, please.
Good morning, Minister of State Alvin Tan, SSIA Chairman Andrew Chong, and a dear friend, SSIA Executive Director Wee Sing, and fellow delegates. It's really great to be among many, many familiar faces and friends. But before I start, it's quite rare I come up and say something when the two preceding speakers say I have all the solutions to everything. So let me calibrate the expectations a bit. It's slightly below that, but I'll try my best. I think as both the speakers have mentioned earlier, semiconductors is and will continue to be at a foundational technology for digital, connected, and smarter world. Like the preceding two speakers also, pre-COVID was an era where we took semiconductors for granted. Post-COVID, obviously, no longer the case. We suddenly realized, not us, but the general public suddenly realized how critical and ubiquitous semiconductor is. This is a foundational technology that had a lot of practical uses. During COVID, if not for semiconductors, I'm quite sure you can't order your groceries online and have them delivered to your doorstep. I was walking up this morning, I nearly ended up at the wrong floor. I looked, token 2049. Crypto, NFTs. So we're one level below. So we are foundational technologies, no semi, no crypto. Okay. So until very recently, I think this is an industry that I think a famous New York Times columnist and Pulitzer Prize winner, I think Thomas Friedman, in his book, I think quite a seminal book in 2005, he wrote, "The World is Flat." I think some of you may have read that book. I read it as a kid, or a younger person, not a kid. It epitomizes globalization and rising prosperity. And in many ways, semiconductor was part of that journey, right? We lived in a world where it was flat and there were uninhibited trade flows across borders. Again, obviously, today, this industry occupies the center stage in terms of geopolitics. And many, many countries have now embarked on industrial policies that they were anemic to in the past, or kind of allergic to, and have embarked on this. I think US is one such country. Yeah. So no doubt, I think this is a very top of mind matter for many of you in this room. But in the meantime, we have a parallel and existential challenge. We talked about it earlier, right? Our climate crisis. If you frame it as a grand challenge, how would you pose this question? Can the industry transition to a low-carbon compute future? And as the video showed earlier, play an outsized role in solving this climate crisis. Now, to that end, let me give you 3 loose use cases that kind of give you a sense of the carbon footprint we are dealing with within the semiconductor industry and the broader ecosystem. First is the iPhone. Second, data centers. These are very pervasive and growing extremely rapidly. And then finally, the semiconductor manufacturing process. Now, when it comes to global warming, if you look at an iPhone or any smartphone, there's 2 components of carbon emission, loosely speaking. There are many ways to cut this, but I'm cutting it into 2. How much emission you generate by making it, through end-to-end. Then when you're using it, how much do you generate? And this ratio may vary, depends on the use case. But in the case of iPhone, here are the stats. Now, the approximate split between making the iPhone and then using the iPhone with some set of assumptions around a 4-year lifetime and a host of other, let's call it reasonable assumptions, 83% of the carbon emission is coming through the lifetime of this phone from making it, all the way from generating the silicon to reaching it to your doorstep. Now, 13% comes from using it. Okay, so that's give you a sense. Now, the total emission, in absolute terms, is 70 kilograms per iPhone through the lifetime of the phone. Now, you can go and burn a bit more carbon, use your math, how many iPhones and, per year, and you get the math. So these are not inconsequential emissions. So I think in some industries, we could call it embodied carbon. Embodied carbon, that means how much carbon you consume making it. So the building industry uses this terminology. Then operating carbon, when you're running your fab, how much you're generating, right? So our semiconductor value chain, especially the front end, are inherently quite energy intensive. I think all of us know this. I think we are grappling with high energy prices, and I'm sure it causes quite a bit of consternation among all of us here. But if you look at just TSMC alone, it uses more electricity than Taipei today, and it's also forecasted to exceed Sri Lanka's total energy consumption in the next few years, or probably towards the middle of the decade. Now, moving on to data centers. I think data centers intuitively, it's growing exponentially, right? It's driven by the amount of compute you need, the storage you need. All of us are depending on the cloud today, and the data we generate is quite exponential, I think. I guess all of you can attest to that. I think there's one more additional driver also, the proliferation of AI models, especially the transformer models. If you unpack the transformer model, it's very, very data compute intensive. So that is also another driver. So there are many drivers that will create significant growth in energy consumption for data centers. Now, one statistics I came across the other day is this, right? The data center energy consumption is expected to exceed Japan's 2020 energy requirements before the end of this decade. I repeat, data center energy consumption is expected to exceed Japan's 2020 energy consumption before the end of this decade. That's a lot of energy. And this is even after taking into account the fact that energy per unit operations or energy efficiency is improving 2x every 2 years. It's a rather remarkable statistics. Now, what can we do as an industry? I think this is widely discussed. There are broad areas we know what to do, but maybe let's talk about 3 areas. Now, first, and this is obviously a pain point today anyway, is the adoption of renewable energy. Yes, Singapore has its constraints, but we need, to the furthest extent possible, practically possible, drive renewable energy adoption. The good news is there is a tremendous investment in clean energy infrastructure and technologies. Last year, technology and renewable infrastructure related investments is north of $250 billion. That's a lot of investment and capital poured into building a renewable energy infrastructure globally. Now, the problem is, obviously, this is also an equally humongous task. The scale is ginormous, to say the least. And this will take time. So we have to march towards this, and we as an industry ought to think of innovative ways to push the boundaries, right? Of course, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has placed energy security as its clear first among equals within the energy trilemma of cost, security, and sustainability. But nevertheless, I think this is a speed bump. I think many countries have woken up to the fact that while they deal with energy security, which fundamentally also requires new investments, I think some of these new investments are going to be targeted or accelerated towards the renewable clean energy space. So you may see a speed bump, but in the midterm, I think we hold the view this energy transition, at least from a renewable energy perspective, will accelerate. So the industry can play its part, I think, by creating demand for clean energy. And I meant this in a more global context. Yeah. Demand drives investment. Investment drives scale. Scale drives costs lower or costs down. A dictum this industry is very well accustomed to. Now, secondly, the typical operating energy efficiency measures apply. I think we talked about it in various forums. The rapid adoption of more efficient energy cooling techniques, lighting, smarter energy management systems will help. Very heartened to hear STMicroelectronics, I was about to say ST Engineering, has adopted district cooling. And I think that's a good start, right? I think here Nike's slogan is quite relevant, just do it. In Singapore, of course, with some help from the government. The other area within this context, within this adoption thing, is around what I call green semi-manufacturing. This is an area I think we could do with a lot more mind share. Yeah. Process improvement, alternative chemistries that are a lot less energy intensive as you think through how to operationalize new chemistries, comprehensive abatement, areas certainly the industry can actively pursue. Developing various manufacturing strategies, process integration techniques, process recipes specifically, that inherently uses less energy while meeting, obviously, the myriad of specifications and process parameters that you guys always have to contend with, could be given high priority. Right? I think today, unless I have too data on industry, that's not an equal weightage by which when we think of new process technologies. Now, third is something maybe slightly less shared about, discussed. Maybe this is where we are stuck in the value chain in Singapore. It's around how energy efficient is a compute architecture when we are using it. I use the iPhone example, 13%, but I think in data centers, the ratios are fairly reversed, if I'm not wrong. Yeah. This can be measured in energy consumed per unit of compute operations. Now, today's mainstream compute architecture, the von Neumann architecture, where we shuttle lots of data back and forth between memory and compute parts of the chip, is actually quite untenable, increasingly untenable. I distinctly remember maybe 5 years ago when I was still at Applied Materials, the CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, came and said, "Gentlemen, the amount of energy I consume actually at the compute part of the chip is less than 5%, or even, I think even less than that. The rest is around storing and shuttling memory around." All right. That's 5, 6 years ago. So much of the energy is wasted when you move things around. It was also generating a lot of heat. And hence we have discussed all this, how do we cool the heat we generate from compute? And it's a bit of a vicious cycle. Also, more recently, I was working on an investment case in this domain, next generation architecture. Someone recounted a story to me at a top semiconductor company. There was this internal joke, right? Half the chip design organization, the guys that design the IC and the whole 9 yards, is focused on turning on transistors to use them. He said, but the other half is focused on turning off the transistors. Why? Constrained by thermal budget and overall heat capacity of the chip. Right, so this is quite fundamental. It is illustrative that there is a limit by which our current architecture can process increasingly amount of data, especially in the AI-centric environment. Right? So the von Neumann architecture is a bit long in the tooth in my view, especially in the AI-centric world. So where does it lead us? If you look at the cutting edge of semiconductor chip design, there's a lot of emerging innovations coming forth in new architecture designs that will inherently be a lot more energy efficient. It doesn't mean they use no energy, it's just not possible, but vastly more efficient, right? So at Temasek, we've looked at quite a number of these, and I'll share a bit of this later on in the speech. Now, similarly, we are fundamentally based on a CMOS architecture. If you plot a curve, on the vertical axis, it's heat per area density. Horizontally is time. You go back 60, 70 years, you look at the BJ, I think the bipolar junction transistors, eventually you see a hockey stick where the energy density or heat density has reached a threshold that is no longer sustainable. Then came CMOS. The same curve peaked out 10, 12 years ago, I think. And that's why top semiconductor companies have to think of when to turn on and what to switch off. And people in the testing companies are designing capabilities to operate at a much higher temperature regime within their chip architecture. Now, what's the next curve that allows more compute power without so much heat inefficiencies or heat generation? So in that context, there are innovations emerging in the market where you have this intersection: materials innovation, chip design, and chip fabrication. Right? Some call this beyond CMOS. I think it takes time, but we need to think about it. This multidisciplinary innovation could change our compute energy paradigm without sacrificing the performance that we all demand. Right? For example, new material stacks that operate at vastly lower voltages in high-performance compute can be a significant reduction in terms of energy consumption when you do the same compute. So imagine if you have an SRAM technology that is buttoned next to the CPU that operates at millivolt voltage. Very different. Likewise, in the other end of the spectrum, in the EV space, electric vehicle space, next generation of high-powered, high-voltage powered ICs increases efficiency in the overall architecture of the battery design, the car design. And maybe not so known to many people, the amount of materials, wiring, and the whole 9 yards is also vastly reduced. Now, this is sustainability. You use less to produce the same outcome. So where does this roughly bring us, right? I think, carbon is really a cost. Andrew has talked about it, Minister has talked about it, and it has to be treated as such in the course of doing business. So now let me shift gears a bit. I want to share a bit of Temasek journey in this, maybe slightly less semi, but I've kind of framed it in a more semi context. So at Temasek, we are fully committed on this journey. We want to play a catalytic role in enabling a sustainable future, and we're all in. We have committed to halving our portfolio emissions that we emitted in 2010 by 2030. And I use the word portfolio because bulk of the friends here are not from the investment industry. That means this includes SSIA, not SSI, right? The burn fuel carbon emissions. So portfolio is big. At the level of Temasek, internally, not an issue. But at the portfolio level, it's big. We have already priced carbon. We started 2 years ago. Today is $50 US. We think it'll be $70 in 3-4 years, and certainly $100 by end of this decade. We are putting in place long-term incentives for the staff in terms of carbon emission reduction targets. We are also investing at a much lower carbon intensity, as measured by how much carbon is emitted divided by your portfolio value. So how much carbon is emitted at the portfolio divided by your portfolio value. Okay, this is not exact science, but you do a lot of modeling. So if you look at our 10-year average and the last 2-year average, we have reduced this by a factor of 5 to 6. So we are going down this path. Now, that doesn't mean we sell everything that is potentially carbon emitting, right? So we also embark on a journey to help our large portfolio companies decarbonize. We're running pilot trials for Singapore Airlines in partnership with a few other players to trial sustainable aviation fuel. We're working very closely with Sembcorp, who is here, to decarbonize. So these are all very critical factors. So we do not just say, it's easy as an investment, I sell everything that is remotely carbon related. We even invested together with Brookfield. It's a huge infrastructure fund. They call it the energy transition fund, helping infrastructure companies move from brown to green. So we are all in. Now, specifically, as a long-term global catalytic and long-term investor, we also invest in a lot of emerging and disruptive technologies. Technological innovations which go beyond marginal incremental improvements to the existing BAU. Technology innovations that are orthogonal to the existing order. Now let me cite 3 categories that we work on. We do have a broader context, but in the interest of time, I thought keep it tight to 3 things. So first, clean energy value chain. Right, this is a huge endeavor, as you can imagine. We have invested in next generation PV technologies. Some are without silicon, sorry, because silicon inherently is also an energy intensive process because high temperature is required, right? We have invested in a bunch of hydrogen technology, electrolyzers, carriers that operate at different economics and different efficiencies. We have invested in advanced geothermal, extracting heat from the ground 5-6 kilometers down to generate electricity. We have invested in nuclear fusion. Nuclear fusion. If this comes true, I can safely say Singapore got a get out of jail card for all of you. And we're also thinking about fission, nuclear fission, because why? Energy security. We've also invested in utility scale batteries that doesn't require lithium. Lithium is not exactly a clean mineral from the extraction process, and it creates quite a bit of waste, but instead use fairly more common materials. So the 2 investments, one uses iron, one uses sodium. And both are different end spectrum. One is ultra long duration technology, one is ultra cost effective, but not volumetrically efficient, but it's okay. We'll look at it. Now, second is building and infrastructure and transportation. Okay, when you build a fab, there's a lot of embodied carbon. Cement is 70%, steel is 8-9%. So these 2 are effectively also a significant portion of your carbon footprint. I think fabs aside, if you look at a more regular building, non-heavy industrial, heavy temperature, high temperature type industrial process, typically the lifetime of your building, the split is 60-50% embodied carbon. That means how much carbon you use to build the infrastructure, 40% comes from using it. So that's the ratio, but I think fabs obviously not this case. Yeah. So in that regards, we have invested in low carbon steel, low carbon cement, which I hope in due course as this technology mature, when we build up new fabs, we should use this. Little interesting fact, actually, if you read this sector, it's a lot of talk about green steel. And green steel got 2 parts, right? Making the steel and the step before steel, turning iron ore into high-grade iron, around 98% before you can put it into the furnaces to add in the impurities for steel. 90% of the carbon emission comes before you enter the steel furnace. Right. So how do you invest in that extraction and purification process to use orthogonal technology without heat or much lower heat? Battery transportations, yeah, we've invested in a range of battery technologies for EV, anodeless, lithium. Now even looking at stuff that use sound wave to prevent what they call the first charge. There's a technical name for it, but essentially when you charge the battery for the first time, there's a significant drop. So how do you mitigate that? So we've done a lot of this stuff. We've done fuel cell stuff. Now third, next generation computing, I was alluding to it earlier. Material innovation, very important. Material innovations that can allow ultra low voltage memory or logic computing, I think could be a frontier that takes on a much larger role in helping us decarbonize our industry. I mentioned about AI earlier, right? Data flow architectures for AI training is really, really energy intensive. Today, these transformer models, You put it into the most advanced NVIDIA GPU, takes a few days and a few $1 million to go retrain your model. Then you push out the model into an inference site, right? So people are thinking through what is a better architecture to train your AI models, especially the big ones. So there are startups in that range. We have invested in that category. Now, when you've trained your model, you move it out into inference compute architecture. Today, it's also not that efficient. So a lot of stuff are being thought through there around what we call in-compute memory in the digital. People can make analog in-compute, but digital in-compute constructs for inference training is also, for inference models is also an area that I think quite critical. So in US, I spent a bit of time there. You know, I must say the energy equation, the sustainability equation, when some of these folks are working on very advanced technologies, next generation compute architecture, is quite high in their mind share. Right? So I think I want to put this ahead to you guys so you know what wave is coming in the next 5-10 years. And oh, by the way, we have also invested in quantum computing. Now, one part of quantum computing is quite energy intensive. The mainstream, I think you read Straits Times, all talk about superconducting. Environment that requires ultra low temperature, millikelvin, 0 Kelvin, or even close to that. So we are investing in higher temperature computing technologies, right? So that is also forth of mind. If you want to have quantum computing technologies that require millikelvins to cool the whole system, you have lots of energy, right? So we're looking at cold atom quantum computing. We're looking at photonic-based computing, quantum computing, which operates at non-millikelvin temperatures. Okay, I'm deciding whether I have a 7-second break because I want to make a pitch. So I'll take the 7 seconds. By the way, I'm hiring. Talking about talent, I'm looking for purposeful workaholics who have a passion for first principles deep tech investing, which are enabled by emerging STEM innovation. So please look for me later if you are interested. Workaholics, very important. Second, first principles deep tech investment, your ability to unpack the technology on a first principle basis, understand the technology entitlement, understand the de-risking pathway, the unit economics, and you're intellectually very curious, then look for me. And about 100 hours a week, that's about it. Now, in closing, semiconductors have changed the way society lives. I think all of us know that, and I think really for better and irrevocably. Like Andrew and Minister said, you know, we are well known for our velocity, our innovation. I must say, I'll add our audacity too, and also our talent pool. Coming from the semiconductors, I thought we have a lot of bright people. I think the other industry that potentially parallels it is also the investment industry. It attracts that kind of people for maybe slightly different reasons, but you know, also a lot of talent. Right? Now, can this mighty industry, iconic industry, take on a concurrent grand challenge? We have been in a single pursuit of just driving semiconductor advancements. Right? Now, there is a concurrent challenge. We talked about it. Right? How can we play an outsized role in solving this climate change? Now, this year, I was in a conference in Sonoma on semiconductors, and I thought this was very interesting statistics. 11%, just this, I think the year is not out yet, well, the year is not out yet, but 11% of the weather stations in US, since the time of its recording, recorded highest temperatures ever. 11% of the weather stations in US, since all these stations have been recorded highest ever temperatures. Right? I think every day we read Straits Times, you can see extreme weather events. I think now it's in Philippines, in Florida. Now, we go back 10 years ago, sorry, Minister, I got to a minor banter at the Singapore government. 10 years ago, there was I remember reading in the press, there's a rare flash flood in the intersection of Orchard Road and Scotts Road. So what piqued my interest, because the press was reporting it, I said, what's the big deal, right? But you know, it was a rare event then, and you know, we had a creative way of labeling it. We call it ponding. Right, so I was laughing, okay, but you know, 10 years fast forward, in all seriousness, Singapore has a full-blown coastal protection strategy. I think well-baked, based on what I can tell, that spans a few generations, right? And also recently, obviously Temasek is part of this journey to support a net zero commitment by 2050 or around 2050. So at Temasek, our purpose is intergenerational. And it's encapsulated in 4 words on it, right? So every generation prospers. 4 words. So every generation prospers. We, all of us in this room, your children, your grandchildren, your great-grandchildren, will have a better chance if we solve this climate crisis together, right? I believe the semiconductor industry is perfectly capable of one more great act, or at least a few more great acts, and help play an outsized role in this. So with that, I want to wish all of you a fantastic conference. And I always end off with closing in this way because I'm a Star Trek fan. Live long and prosper. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Russell. We do wish you have more time for you. We have so many questions coming in. Okay, perhaps we have this question. You mentioned in your speech that Temasek actively invests in emerging and disruptive technologies. What startups or new technologies has Temasek looked at?
We looked at okay, first let me clarify, because in my side conversation with Andrew and Minister, Temasek is not part of government. That I don't express a government view, right? So just let me clarify that in case energy question comes up. Okay, we invest, if you look at the sovereign wealth rankings, despite our best effort to not label ourselves as sovereign wealth ranking, my fellow friends in the government also call us sovereign wealth ranking, so it's okay. But we are the top investor in early stage technologies. And by that, it includes a lot of energy investments. One of the reasons I came on board for Temasek is to really accelerate our ability to deploy capital at the very early stage of deep technologies, be it in energy transition, be it in next generation computing. I think these two are more relevant here. Of course, we do all the other stuff, food technology, sustainability related, like plastics, bioplastics, alternative protein, the whole 9 yards. But specifically, what we are looking for, orthogonal disruptive technology that can disrupt existing order that shifts the paradigm of performance. And how do you understand it so early? I mentioned earlier, right? You need to understand the technology entitlement. What is it capable of if it's fully de-risked at what unit economics is critical? Now then, this all take time. You fast forward it to your best guess what the market, the customer, and the competition will look like. And you say that's kind of how you capture the value, right? Now in between is the team. Your R&D team, your product architecture, your business model, your go-to-market. And it's all a function of how differentiated you are to a future existing order. The better you are, the better you can extract value. So we've done a lot. I think we actually capped ourselves at 6% of our portfolio today in the context of not deploying more than 6% of our $400 billion in early stage technology. So that's maybe a general answer.
Sure, thank you. Because of the time, we are unable to take more questions. All right, so that will be one question for you, Mr. Russell. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Russell. Thank you for your time. A pleasure to meet you in person. Pleasure. Thank you for your sharing. It was indeed a very, very insightful keynote speech. Because of time, we have to skip the rest of the questions, but please keep your questions coming in on Slido. We will try our very best to answer as many questions as possible. All right, next is a sharing about Route to Net Zero by Ms. Sining Tok, Head of Southeast Asia Carbon Trust. She has over 12 years of experience working as a banker, an ESG consultant, and a philanthropic grant maker in Southeast Asia and China. Singing currently leads and grows the Carbon Trust team in Singapore to be the trusted and expert net zero guide for business, governments, and organizations across Southeast Asia. She's going to touch on the topic, learn from the sustainability strategies of climate leaders within and outside the industry, and how semiconductor companies can advance their transition into a net zero future through transparency, collaboration, and innovation. So without further ado, I'll hand over the stage time to Xin Top, talking about route to net zero. And over to you. Joe, give a big hand as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. Very glad this morning to be at this event, and thanks to the chairman, Wong, as well as Chairman Andrew and Executive Director Ang for inviting the Carbon Trust to be here to talk a little bit about how other companies have taken the route to net zero, why they have started on this journey, and how we see the semiconductor industry in Singapore being able to also accelerate its journey towards net zero. So while we have understood and learned about the impacts of climate change for a very long time, the world was actually galvanized into action only in 2015, so not such a long time ago. The Paris Agreement set a target for governments, businesses like yourselves, as well as society at large, to try to limit global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius, but also pursue the efforts to limit it to 1.5 degrees Celsius. Why the difference, we might say? The 0.5 degrees difference actually does mean huge and large impacts on economies, future growth, as well as human lives. So with the strong research backing of the IPCC report in 2018, there was a lot of effort to look at net zero defined by the 1.5 degrees target. And since then, it's not only governments that have taken up this challenge. Companies, as well as investors, have taken up this challenge as they start to realize the existential threat that can really befall us as a human society, and be able to then take responsibility to be able to direct the right types of capital to the right types of solutions. We have also seen many companies that you might regard as household names coming up with very strong commitments and acknowledging that these commitments need to come with strong follow-through. Companies like Hyundai, HP, Apple, the cars that we drive, the computers that we use, the smartphones that we hold on to every day, they are also based out of the foundational technology of the semiconductor industry. They are facing the pressures to look at net zero and also taking the responsibility to look at net zero. Starting on this sustainability journey might be very complicated for many companies, right? I think today what I wanted to demonstrate is that as a consulting and advisory firm, the Carbon Trust has helped companies look at existing frameworks, existing tools to help them start on this journey, but also accelerate themselves along this journey. So first, in terms of communication and sustainability frameworks, I think many of us are quite familiar with the names and the alphabets that are being thrown around: UN SDG, GRI, SASB. They are quite complicated. Why are they complicated? Because we don't live in a silo, right? We operate in the social system, we operate in the natural environment system. Some of these changes might flow through the financial system, but effectively, we have to think about everyone in our stakeholder groups, the workers, the society, and the natural capital that we rely on. So being able to use these frameworks to help yourself analyze where could be hotspots. Depending on where you are on the value chain in the semiconductor industry, it might be different. But using these frameworks helps you to start thinking about what the hotspots are, so you can start using the right metrics to measure your own progress, and then start thinking about how you integrate this into strategy. And that's the most important part, right? Taking the metrics that come out of this process and thinking about what does this mean for my business. And there are more tools that have been developed there. out there specific to climate change, specific to decarbonization. The Climate Disclosure Project, CDP, as well as the Greenhouse Gas Protocol, they are both organizations that have created accounting methodologies or questionnaires that help us think about this question in a more specific climate-related manner. The Greenhouse Gas Protocol is an accounting standard for different parts of your value chain. So it helps you understand what is Scope 1, what is Scope 2, what is Scope 3. And some of this depends on where is your operational control for you to reduce your carbon in the first place. Climate Disclosure Project is another tool that enables you to take some of these metrics and ask yourself some of the business strategy questions around risks and opportunities. But we have gone even further than that now. There are now other frameworks and other tools out there to help us even target net zero. So for example, the Science Based Targets Initiative, an organization that comes together to try to plot out the right type of pathways for every industry to take if we were to be able to target 1.5 degrees warming in the world. The Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures is an interesting framework that put in place in 2017. And it's important because it connects the governance of a company all the way to strategy, all the way to metrics. So we're now no longer talking about how do you count your carbon footprint. We're talking about how do you govern and make decisions and change your strategy once you know what your carbon footprint is. But the TCFD also has a different view of this. It talks about climate risks, climate opportunities, and every different industry faces it in different ways, right? I think the important part of having a TCFD is because it classifies the risks and opportunities into ways that can be understood and translated in different types of mitigation strategies and different types of business strategies. When you look at the risks framework, for example, there's transition risks. And transition risk can come about from regulatory change, that could be from carbon tax, or very specifically, when we start thinking about no sales from diesel and petrol vehicles, right? So there will be a big move towards electric vehicles. So those are regulatory type changes that leads to transition risks. There can be technology change. 5 years ago, when TCFD was first put in place, we would never have imagined electric HDV vehicles on the street. They are now running more than pilots. They are commercially running on the streets. So technology change can move way faster than we had imagined it before, and companies that have looked specifically in where those risks might come from can be ahead of the game. Consumer risks, I think just now many of the speakers have alluded to the younger generation really thinking about what does it mean for them in the future, and therefore changing their consuming practices because of that. But the other large part of the TCFD risks framework is the physical risk framework. And I believe the physical risk framework is something that is much harder for businesses to contemplate with because of the rapidly changing realities of extreme weather. I think just now Russell mentioned about ponding from 10 years ago and how that has changed from just irregular ponding to very, very regular extreme weather. In Singapore, we don't really see it as extreme weather, right? We see it as longer periods of rain and then longer periods of dryness. But in many different parts of the world, where the semiconductor industry and your consumers are, they are really affecting supply chains. Last year in Texas, there was a really, really big winter storm. In that winter storm, pipes burst. Blackouts happened. The semiconductor industry players there had to stop production. This year in Malaysia, the floods, yes, it has displaced 60,000 people, it has killed 27, but it has also shut down a semiconductor plant with possible impacts of up to $28 million. This year as well, in Sichuan in China, the opposite of flooding, heat waves, just about the same time. Because Sichuan was so hot, the electricity had to really be controlled. in order to ensure residential supply, businesses and factories was asked to shut down. So the fiscal impacts are becoming very, very salient. The transition risk impacts, as we all know, the carbon tax regimes, the carbon pricing regimes are really coming on board. The investors want companies to demonstrate a strong understanding of this, a strong governance of this, and a strong way to respond to this. Mitigation of these risks is one end of it. More and more so, investors, together with the governments, as well as the consumers, are starting to ask for companies to be participating in the solution and to really accelerate their goal of decarbonization. So at the Carbon Trust, over the last 20 years, we have helped about 3,000 organizations across companies and governments to think about net zero. What is their journey towards net zero? And we recognize that this is a very difficult journey. We have supported some of the tools and frameworks because we know that companies need some guidance. For example, we have co-authored the Scope 3 guidance under the Greenhouse Gas Protocol. We have created the first product carbon footprint because we understand that companies that really put their efforts need to be rewarded and need to have visibility of their efforts. And lastly, as the Science-Based Target Initiative grew, we are also members of the technical board that helps to look at what is the right way to set targets so that we can achieve our 1.5 degrees target. And because of the 20 years of work that we have done, we have long-standing relationships and have seen our companies that work with us through this journey. How do they use some of these frameworks and some of these target setting tools to enable themselves to reach a net zero future? Carlsberg, one of our long-standing customers, they have a very strong net zero target. We've supported them to become one of the first 1.5 degrees aligned SBT compliant companies. But before all of this, they were also participants in CDP reporting, which helps them understand where their risks and opportunities are. They also do annual TCFD reporting. And even before that, they have worked on energy efficiency initiatives. They have worked to turn their electricity into renewable energy. And they have also continued to work beyond their own operational scope, beyond their value chain, to start looking at innovative packaging, to start looking at low carbon transport. Siemens is one of our pathfinder pioneers in the new standard called the Route to Net Zero standard. It is a standard that recognizes that everybody starts somewhere in this journey, and it doesn't matter where you start. What's important is that we see this progress, and this progress, a lot of times, is internal. Some of the change management that needs to happen internally. How do you enable that to happen? How do you get recognized for the efforts that you have made step by step? Again, Siemens also has a very strong net zero goal. It also has an SBTi 1.5 target approved. So now in Southeast Asia, there are 2,000 over companies around the world with science-based targets. There are some in Southeast Asia. There are about 80 of them. So Southeast Asia is still on its way to understanding what does it mean for companies to set science-based targets. But here in Singapore, we actually have leaders in different industries that have found their way and their pathway and their journey towards net zero and will be finding their pathways towards SBTi 1.5 degrees compliant. For example, Singtel. For example, CDL. I think in the building space, CDL has looked beyond its value chain in Scope 3 as embodied carbons, set targets around that. Singtel has done the same. So how about the semiconductor industry? Where are some of the leaders? Who are some of the leaders? And what are the types of targets they have in mind? How will this flow through to the supply chain? And how will you have to be able to enable this change to happen together as an industry? We see Intel, TSMC, AMD, Applied Materials, they all have SBT targets and net zero targets, Samsung as well. And just a little pitch, Samsung is also using the Carbon Trust product footprinting label to help to tell the story to its consumers about the efforts they are making in climate change. But why? Why does the semiconductor industry really need to step up now? When we look at this chart, this is basically the CO2 emissions that are within operational control of companies. We look at mapping Intel, TSMC, and GM. And we start to see that chip producers are rapidly overtaking even the automakers as polluters in this industry, right? And yet, at the same time, to enable the electric vehicle future, to enable a renewable energy future, the chip industry does need to grow. How do you grapple with this, right? The ICT industry now accounts for 2 to 3% of worldwide greenhouse gas emissions, but then right now the potential of reduction is only 17%. We have a really, really long way to go. How can the semiconductor industry pull together, use the core of innovation that has always been there to turn this story around and be strong contributors to net zero? We want to talk about 3 main ways. First, the level of transparency. Why is transparency important? Transparency is important because the reporting frameworks, even though they are complicated, they actually allow you to spend critical amount of time thinking about where are the hotspots, finding the hotspots where you can direct your energies to. And then when you report, it enables investors to have the information needed for make informed decisions, as more and more of them have net zero portfolio targets. It also enables yourself, your investors, and your stakeholders to track progress, increase trust in this progress, and also increasingly increase your brand reputation. Second, collaboration. I think throughout the industry there has been collaboration in many different ways, but we want to talk about collaboration specifically about decarbonization. Why? Because for every single player within one part of the value chain in the industry, most of your footprint might be outside of your operational control, right? When we start thinking about the importance of looking at Scope 3 emissions, it means that you have to work upstream and downstream to ensure that you are all moving together in this decarbonization journey. And we have seen some of the leaders talk about that, right? We have seen Lam Research, we have seen AMD. In their own plans to reach decarbonization, they have set targets for how their suppliers will also have decarbonization targets. We have also seen a different type of collaboration, working with startups, looking for startups to help see how they can contribute into your processes in terms of decarbonization. Lastly, innovation. I think there was so much that was already said in innovation today. I think it's the core of the semiconductor industry, and there's already been so much technical innovation that's focused on the energy efficiency of chips in the design process, in the architecture. I think what I wanted to talk about was this innovation needs to happen at every single part of the life cycle, right? And we do see that that's already happening. We do see organizations and companies on the product design side really trying to reduce energy efficiency of the product. We do see companies looking at raw material sourcing, reducing energy use in their manufacturing processes, end-of-life treatment. How will you think about that? How will you think about circular models in the semiconductor industry? But there are also other parts of this life cycle that we need to think about. The transportation phase, the use phase. And I think as pointed out just now, there will be innovations and investments into electrification of vehicles, into different ways of inter-country trade type of, whether it's shipping, whether it's aviation, and all of that contributes to a reduction of your transport phase emissions. Use phase emissions. The level of efficiency of the chips and what you can do with it is a very important part of that process. But at the same time, does increased efficiency also lead to increased use can we think about how the industry as a whole has a message around reducing use phase emissions? One very important tool to enable us to think about where you should put in your energies across all of these life cycle stages is the life cycle analysis. I think it was mentioned just now before, an example, Apple as an example of looking at its life cycle emission of its phone. A large part of that life cycle, including looking at use phase, is actually in the manufacturing. And if you can see here, it's actually in the integrated circuit. So you can see that Apple has looked into this, and then there's a reason why they have now committed to full recyclability in their production systems. Because they now understand that this is where the most impactful change can happen. They can work with their suppliers to enable that change to happen. So embedding circular economy will become one of the most important things in this industry, thinking about how do we reduce and how do we decarbonize. There are many other companies that are making strong efforts in this space. I think the industry definitely can come together to think about how each part of the value chain can contribute to a circular economy. Lastly, I want to talk about the paradox and therefore the challenge for the semiconductor industry. On the climate side, I've worked in renewable energy space, I've worked in electric vehicle space, I've worked in building energy. All of these reduction possibilities and reduction potentials are highly reliant on digitization and automation. The chip industry's contribution to the society's change and the society's future of a sustainable future is very, really important. It's the foundation of that change. If the semiconductor industry wants to contribute to the climate crisis in the most impactful manner, it will have to look at its own carbon footprint as it tries to enable all of us to have a sustainable future. At the end of the day, can we look at carbon footprint as one of the key optimization targets in the product life cycle? Can we start thinking about that all the way from product design phase all the way to the end of life phase? That would be how the semiconductor industry can really rise to this challenge of supporting our sustainable future in the most sustainable way possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Sining. We do have some questions for you on Slido. Okay, for a company that has already established its baseline footprint and declared its net zero target, what can be done to reach the net zero target?
Great, thank you. I think, as I mentioned just now, the first step is the footprint, right? Because you can't manage anything that you cannot understand. So once you have that footprint and you want to think about your net zero target, we will first need to do a little bit of a hotspot analysis, right? Where is this coming from? Which part of your life cycle is it coming from? And when we think about that, sometimes the most difficult part to understand is your scope 3. A very typical way of doing a scope 3 analysis is to use a dollar-based, spend-based analysis, when actually, in order for you to really identify your hotspots for reduction, you might have to look at it with life cycle analysis, with do a proper life cycle analysis to be able to identify the right hotspots. And then usually the levers of change, and we talk about this in a very carbon reduction framing, right? But of course, within a company, there's also a lot of change management that really needs to take place. Being able to create the right type of governance structures to be able to enable that decision making and the right type of capital expenditure direction to go to. Having a very strong growth in strong thought processes around where do you place your sustainability team to enable them to be able to galvanize this action. All of it comes together to the types of levers that are actually available to you, right? The energy efficiency lever and then the transition of energy to renewable energy lever are both very important to think about at the same time. For a semiconductor industry, because there's so many different types of players across the value chain, it's quite hard to currently say which one is a more important part of that. But when we looked at some of the leading players, a large part of between 30 to 60% of their footprint is actually in scope 3. And that's part of the reason why it's important when you set a net zero target, include the scope 3, and to be starting to work together with your partners in your value chain to reduce those emissions as well.
Thank you, Sining, for answering. Let's take one more question. What are some quick wins for a semiconductor company to decarbonize their footprint? Yes, you can view the questions right there as well.
I think quick wins, this journey is difficult. I like to make sure that we don't think about it as quick wins. I like to suggest that we think about this as a systemic type of change that happens internally in a company, and the ability to use some of these frameworks to be able to build the type of systemic change that needs to happen within the company about how you think about product design, how do you think about process engineering, how do you think about every single step of the way. I think quick wins right now go the short distance, but will not be able to enable us to reach the net zero future.
All right, thank you very much, Sining. Okay, well, that will be the last question for today, but I'm sure they have more questions for you. They probably grab you during the breaks at the exhibition area. Thank you very much for your presentation. Once again, a big round of applause for Ms. Singing Top. Route to Net Zero. Thank you so much once again. So next up is Mr. Kenneth Ng from Razer Inc., a company that needs no introduction. Kenneth is a seasoned sustainability professional with over a decade of experience in managing sustainability campaigns. Kenneth will share why setting public standards on measuring electronic products emissions, adopting a life cycle thinking approach, and providing learning opportunities for the next generation of sustainability talents will be paramount to the growth of the semiconductor industry in the region. So let us welcome on stage Mr. Kenneth Ng, Go Green with Razer, forging a path for a sustainable tech industry. Hi, Mr. Kenneth. And over the stage to you.
A very good morning to everyone, to Chairman Andrew Chong, to Wee Sing, Executive Director, for inviting me. My name is Kenneth Ng. I'm the Global Sustainability Lead for Razer. So today I'm going to share about why we feel that there is a need for us to work together with our value chain partners to forge a path for a sustainable tech industry, not just in Singapore, but in the world. So if you don't know Razer, we are a for gamers by gamers company. So our perspective will come a little bit more downstream, sharing about how the gamers, how the end consumers would really like to see a more sustainable consumer electronic industry, semiconductor industry by extension. Hopefully it gives some affirmations to the good work that you guys are doing to make the industry more sustainable. So a little bit about us. We started from Singapore. Then we have grown to be more than 19 countries worldwide, and we have over 1,500 employees. We are a very beloved brand by gamers. We have in our network ecosystem of hardware, software, and services 500 million gamers. So back then in back then in 2019, UNEP mentioned a study. It's called Playing for the Planet. So UNEP mentioned that if climate action were to take place, the next frontier for climate action would be with the gamers. Because the gamers are generally younger demographics. So in our gamer community, we have around 80% that are millennials or Gen Z gamers. We have over 3.2 billion gamers around the world. So if you are doing Candy Crush on your mobile phone, you also consider a gamer in our demographics. Yeah. And this gaming industry is expected to grow over 200 billion in the coming years. And we are also looking at having more people to join us, and I think the revenue will eventually overtake streaming and other kind of services. Yep, so this is how passionately our gamers really loves us. So they really tattoo our logo on themselves. The most exaggerating case that I've seen was one of the gamers actually had to change a prosthetic eye. So he decided to engrave our logo on his prosthetic eye. So when you look into the gamer's eye, you realize that you see a logo of Razer. So this is something very humbling for us because we feel that this is a lot of trust and a lot of affirmation to our brand. And we're just thinking about how can we harness this to really drive it towards a good cause. Yeah. So I think that is how we embark on a journey of sustainability. We realize that when we are dealing with Gen Z, millennials, they're actually very enlightened. They are not a typical consumer who just buys something when they see advertising. They do their research online, they compare products with products, and they want to make sure that we're telling them the right things, the company is ethical, then we are responsible in terms of our manufacturing, in terms of social context, and of course to the environment. So this is something that we feel that there's a need for us to go into sustainability, and hence, since 2021, although we started way earlier, we have driving full force into sustainability. Yeah. So a core strategy for us in terms of our sustainability journey is the type of eco-label that we want to really introduce to all our products. So we've made a commitment starting from this year onwards, all our products will be getting an eco-label. So eco-label is actually very prominent because in recent years we realized there is uptick on FTC and class level lawsuit against people making green claims. Greenwashing, there's a lot of greenwashing this when it comes to end consumer facing partners. So I think it's very important to actually stress on making sure that we really address what we are doing to our consumers, and also, of course, be factual to what we claim to the consumers. So there are a couple of eco-labels, and I think just now Carbon Trust also mentioned they do have the eco-label service as well. I think this is actually very important for us to make claims. What I want to stress is that we have this approach internally called the life cycle thinking approach. It means that as a company that's very close to the end consumer, we should not just look to ourselves and end consumer. We should move upstreams and work with people from the semiconductor industry, our supply chain, our value chain partners, to adopt what we call a life cycle thinking approach in terms of our product or disclosing the environmental attributes, the footprint of your product to the end consumer. So I think this is actually very important. So over here with Razer, our engineers and our analysts are trained with life cycle analysis skills. So they put up modeling from cradle to grave. What is the carbon footprint of every product in the different life cycle stages. So I was listening to Russell's speech earlier, and I noticed that the semiconductor industry is actually doing a lot to cut down their footprint. So I think what I'll do when I go back is that I'll revisit my numbers. Probably the numbers that I'm used to in the life cycle analysis does not adequately reflect the good work that the semiconductor industry has been doing together. So I think this is something that is very important. And I think Minister earlier also mentioned about benchmarking. So the benchmarking will be a very good indicator for people to understand what is the carbon footprint of each product life stages. So what we do over here is that we manage every single step of the product life cycle, from the raw material, mineral extraction, manufacturing, logistic transportation, and use phase. Use phase is actually very important for us because when you make the product more repairable, you make it available for use at a longer period, it drastically cut down the footprint of the product. And last but not least, we want to address end of life of product. We want to be able to make e-waste recycling available to more end consumer. Yeah. So earlier this year, we have launched our world's first gaming mice to be certified with Eco logo. So this is a Type 1 Eco logo. Basically, it means that we have been audited on every stage of the product life cycle. We work very closely with our suppliers, our value chain partners to actually validate and audit them before we can win this award. Yeah. So I think this is something that is an important milestone for us, but we feel that too few end consumer companies have been doing that. So we really want to encourage more partners to have an eco-label thinking, to have a life cycle thinking in the manufacturing of our product, designed with an intention for sustainability by working with a value chain, because that would improve the repairability and also to look at how we can extend the life cycle of a product. Yeah. So some of the measures that we put together in our ecosystem for a greener product is that we want to make sure that when you buy into a Razer product, you're not buying into a product that is a one-off relationship. We want to make sure that you are able to actually buy into an ecosystem. So we started selling spare parts. So if your product is easy repair, you don't need to send it into the service center. You can actually buy your spare parts and do the repair for a certain aspect of the product. So I think this is actually very important, and a general trend from what I understand in US, there's also a trend to make the right to repair available beyond the OEM manufacturers and to be repaired with any other qualified repair centers. So I think it's actually very important to have a life cycle thinking, to look into responsible manufacturing and design to make sure that the product remains sustainable and more accessible to consumers to repair and to extend the lifespan of the product. Okay. So for Razer, I think just now Xing Ying actually mentioned the SBTI. So I think SBTI is actually a very important initiative that Razer has also signed up with. We have committed. We are looking to validate our emission reduction targets. So we are committing at least 4.2% annualized absolute reduction of our carbon emission, and we do so by setting goals for our partners to actually work with us, for our employees to work with us to cut down emissions. So for instance, we ban single-use plastics in all our corporate offices worldwide. We started to remove any plastic foams and stuff in our packaging. So when the packaging, we can drastically cut down the emissions. We are committed to 100% renewable energy by 2025. A shout out to my friend from Sembcorp supporting us on this journey. And by 2030, we are committed to actually have 100% of our product to be tapping on recycled material. Yeah, so when we have a manufacturing mouse, there tend to be some plastic. We want to minimize the use of virgin plastics and to maximize the use of recycled plastics without compromising the quality. Yeah, so I have spoke to some journalists. The journalist has been asking me, why not make it 100% recycled plastic? I think in the ideal world that would be good, but unfortunately when it's 100% recycled plastic, it's also more brittle. Yeah, so the key driver over here is to make sure that the product remains usable and survive all the drop tests, the regular tests, is durable, lasts a long time, and we cut down emissions as much as possible. Yeah, so this is some of our key milestones for our sustainability. Reduce as a top priority. Recycle whenever possible. Yeah, so I think as we are much closer to the end consumer, it's important that we make recycling available to end consumer. And we want to incentivize them doing that. Just to really talk about what we're doing as a life cycle analysis, internally when we're doing life cycle analysis, we always assume the worst case scenario. Yeah, you can't expect the end consumer to really very responsibly send it for certain recycling. So the scenario that we always assume is landfill, unless we have statistics to prove that the recycling program is actually has a certain traction, has a certain representation of say 50% of consumer that will really recycle with us. So what we are trying to do over here is that we have Razer store worldwide, and we want to make sure that they are able to really recycle with us. And when they recycle with us, we want to give them a voucher so that they can actually incentivize them to always recycle with us. So these are the little things that we put together to improve recycling of our products. So for any manufacturers or any brands that's closer to consumer, ultimately we want to be able to close the loop. Yeah, this is it's still a very far-fetched goal for a lot of people, but we can make incremental steps towards closing the loop. And last but not least, I think restore as a last resort. So I think what we mean by restoring is that we believe carbon credits has a role to play. I think this is not a convenient topic to talk about, but I think not all carbon credits are created equal. I think I echo Minister Grace Fu's speech on Article 6, COP26. I think carbon credits still have a role. We are committed to reduce as much as possible. And at the last mile, when reduction is not possible, then we will use offsets. And we make sure that we use quality offsets that has addressed additionality and, of course, traceability to ensure high-quality carbon credits. I understand MAS is actually doing a lot to really address the quality of carbon credits and other environmental attributes. So I think we are really setting up a good ecosystem for manufacturers and for end consumer brands to really drive to net zero. Okay, the next topic is actually something that I feel is actually very important, often not talked about. I'm very heartened to see this in just this morning alone, at least 2 to 3 speakers talk about this. I think cultivating talent, sustainability talent in the future is actually very important. Singapore is going through a transition, economy transition. We're gearing ourselves to be a knowledge base. We are actually trying to be a decarbonization hub for the region. So I think it correspondingly is only right that we actually help to foster a number of talents. As Singaporeans, we all know, right? Like when we feel that we're lacking in certain skills, we like to go for course and get certs. Yeah, getting certs makes Singaporeans feel better about themselves. But I think while training is definitely essential, but I think more importantly, we want to be able to create the opportunity for on-the-job training. So I think since the start of COVID, I think the government has done a lot of initiatives to actually put job placements for companies to actually, for young fresh grads to be exposed to different industry. I also met a lot of young people that they are very grateful for the chances that's been given to them. So I think our youth over here really need a chance to be exposed to the industry. And I think especially in the field of sustainability, it's so wide. I'm also learning on a daily basis. There's no one person who can attend one course and know everything. So it's essential and it's paramount that we provide the industry exposure for our talents of the future. So we want to be able to send them on industry training. We want to be able to let them meet stakeholders, understand the entire value chain, so that they can actually inculcate the life cycle thinking in their approach. And as they advance through the career, they will have more robust ideas and initiatives to really drive across sustainability. So I think that is very important. I'm also very heartened to notice that for SSIA, there's a lot of programs. Yeah, so I think all this industry program is actually very important. And over here, I really like to call upon our industry players to really support SSIA to really make industry exposure more prevalent in Singapore and to let our young people take out the lead and drive sustainability from Singapore and leading sustainability around the world. Yeah. So I'll just end off here by giving some key takeaways. So obviously, the road to sustainability is not, to be a more sustainable tech industry is definitely not easy. We need to be really focused. And I really want to echo Sing Ying's point earlier is that while we can strive for quick wins, I think more importantly, it's a more sustained approach. The more sustained approach, and no longer a company can just look at themselves and what is within their operational control to really drive change. We need to talk to our value chain partners. We need to understand how they work. And when we design products, we need to talk to our value chain partners to really understand how best can we optimize the design, how best can we further cut down emissions. We don't know what we can't measure. So by measuring, understanding a baseline, we can then drive change. And of course, I'd like to really focus, share one of the key takeaways is that we want to really encourage a life cycle thinking and to encourage partners to really go into a type 1 eco label, which is audit on every single life stage of your product manufacturing. And last but not least, I think talent is the key for the survival of Singapore in this global climate. We want to welcome foreign talents who are really good and can really expose our young people towards, in terms of knowledge, in terms of best practices. But we also want to support our youths so that they are able to really drive change, give them enough industry exposure so that they can be the leaders of tomorrow. And the time to do it is now, because any delay, we are really not leading the pack anymore. Yeah, so I think I've spoken enough. I think I'll just end over here. So it's really a pleasure talking to you guys, and I look forward to addressing any questions that you might have.
Thank you very much, Kenneth from Razer Inc. Yes, we do have some questions, as you can see from the screen there as well. Let me present to you. How does gaming industry contribute to energy conservation? Value of gaming? We have actually 3 votes for that question. Yes, so you may like to address them.
Yeah, so this is actually a very good question. So when you look at gaming, right, you look at all the RGB lighting, and the last thing you will really associate gaming is sustainable. Why is it sustainable? You are using so much light when you don't have to do so. I think we can't change human behaviors. What we can do is we can optimize human behavior. So the internal approach in Razer is that when we talk about specifically on energy conservation, we have rolled out softwares to help them cut down the energy usage in terms when they are powering their RGB lighting, when they are running their extensive gear to run games and stuff like that. So I think we want to be able to help end consumers save energy and have a better efficiency at running their games. Yeah, so this is our approach. And of course, we do some educational videos. We have this campaign called Sneaky Snake, and we do really roll out this animation to really tell gamers what they should be doing to really cut down their emissions. And of course, we have this annual blackout week. We tell the gamers that you have been gaming way too much. Why not you just switch on your computer for a day and go out and meet your friends? So I think we are doing incremental steps to really encourage them to really do energy conservation. Another thing is that we have rolled out products to really help address the heating of their device. So by cutting down the heat, it improves the efficiency of the energy. Yeah. So I hope that answers. Yeah.
Indeed, very interesting question, I realize as well. Okay, we have another question. What are the key criteria to be classified as green products?
Yeah, I think this is also a very important question. So when we first started out the campaign, we have 4 pillars: green organization, green products, green investments, and green community. As we get more mature in our sustainability, we realize that it might be problematic to call it green products. Yeah, so what we noticed that internally, that there's a lot of cases of lawsuits and on greenwashing. So I think green products is actually too generic a term. So talking about greenwashing, right? So we want to be able to be really specific with our terms. So I think over the years, we have slowly moved away from green products per se. We will talk about responsible manufacturing. And we have very specific standards, ISO standards that we define responsible manufacturing from. Yeah, so what I realized in the industry is that a lot of people, I think they have the most sincere of consideration, but I think it's because we are really caught off guard on this kind of claims. So we got to be really mindful of that and claiming what we to be really specific about our claims and really move forward from here. Yeah.
All right, thank you so much. Any other questions that's coming in through? Just a quick check, because currently we have 2 questions for Kenneth. All right, I think all is good. Thank you so much, Kenneth, for your presentation. Really appreciate that. Later on, we're going to have Kenneth back on stage. That will be for the panel discussion happening later after the tea break. So later on our panel discussion, we're going to have Mr. Kenneth Ng, Ms. Dalal Silmani. She will be giving the presentation later on after the break as well. And we also have Mr. T.C. Lee, Ta Chang Lee will be presenting later on as well after the tea break. And by the way, for the Slido, we do hope that you are managing well. And if you realize there's actually a thumbs up by the side of the Slido questions whenever someone asks a question. And if you think you'd like to upvote that question, please feel free to click on a thumbs up so that, at some point of time, when time is limited, we can look at the thumbs up. We have more votes on the question. We will prioritize these questions. Thank you so much. And by the way, also, you may key in slido.com and they will prompt you a hashtag. You can just key in SSIA. Thank you. We hope we're addressing some of our people who might be facing some issues with the Slido. We do hope all of you can head on to Slido platform so that we can ask questions, and we promise to try our best to answer as many as possible. But of course, during tea break, lunch break, it's also a chance for you to grab our speakers if you have more questions for them. Okay, and we do hope our slide right here does help you as well. Thank you once again, ladies and gentlemen, also to our online viewers. Thank you for joining us and staying with us. Right now, we will take a short tea break in the exhibition room, which is just right at Begonia Junior Ballroom, just beside where we are. And you may also feel free to visit the booth right there, do some networking, and be right back here for the next presentation at about 11:20, 11:25 latest. We really appreciate that. At about 11:25, we will kickstart the next presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for staying with us, and we may now go for our break, have a little stretch. See you later. Thank you.
Bringing intelligence to light and passion to innovation, we enrich people's lives. Through our advanced technologies in sensing, illumination, and visualization, we imagine new applications that make life better for everyone. With our deep engineering expertise, we create solutions that help to make journeys safer, medical diagnosis more effective, and industry processes more precise. We are AMS Osram. Smartphones and wearables, our constant companions. Our emitters, sensors, and algorithms empower the mobile trends of tomorrow. Our miniaturized solutions enhance displays, enable smart access, create perfect images, monitor vital signs, and make AR and VR applications possible. Our technology enables mobile devices that sense the world. And we leverage this technology in computing for security applications such as 3D authentication and display management. As vehicles continue to transform, AMS Osram creates advanced technology for automotive and mobility. We design front-runner solutions in automotive technology to create game-changing opportunities. As a leader in automotive lighting, we focus on smart lighting for perfect illumination, safety, and comfort outside and inside the vehicle. Our cutting-edge sensor and light solutions help make journeys safer and more convenient. At AMS Osram, we provide optical and image sensing technologies for digital health applications, including remote monitoring and best-in-class medical imaging. As vital sign monitoring becomes increasingly important, our smart health solutions will help ensure a healthier, more balanced life. As a key enabler for industry, we combine sensing and light to enable safer human-machine interaction. In manufacturing and logistics, our technology makes production more efficient and modern, driving costs down to meet Industry 4.0 goals. Our UVC technology helps create a cleaner, safer world by purifying and disinfecting air, water, and surfaces in an instant. A game-changing technology with huge potential against germs and viruses. We offer innovative lighting solutions to illuminate factories and workspaces. With technologies such as UVC, robotics, 3D sensing, LiDAR, AR, and VR, we enable Industry 5.0 applications. Our intelligent lighting solutions pave the way for new experiences, provide safer environments, increase productivity, create comfort, beauty, and emotion. We are a leader in LED technology for horticulture lighting. Our innovation across the spectrum enables growers to create individual light recipes for their vertical farms, resulting in fresher food closer to where people buy it. AMS Osram. We develop leading-edge optical technologies. We enable our customers to create innovative solutions that open up new markets. We imagine the impossible and make it happen. Because for us, sensing is life.
We are global Foundries. We make the chips that power your favorite devices and experiences. We enable the creation of products still being imagined and yet to be seen. We manufacture technology that helps the world overcome adversity. It's not only our operations around the world that make us global. It's our culture of diversity and inclusion, empathy and respect, and a team spread across 3 continents that makes us a leader in employing a multicultural workforce while reinforcing our global footprint. We've made it our goal to foster a company culture that is inclusive of everyone, where every voice is equally heard, enabling diversity of thought and perspective so we can boldly reimagine innovation. Working with us means growing with us and opportunities for advancement at every level. We empower GF employees to network, mentor, acquire new skills, and create a place of belonging. We support the people within our company and the communities they represent, providing opportunities to live and travel abroad for diverse cultural and professional experiences. We provide best-in-class benefits, competitive pay, and flexible solutions for work-life balance. As we continue to drive innovation in our industry, we must also continue to foster diversity, enabling GF and our customers to change the industry that is changing the world. Our company and its culture are the sum of each and every employee. Join us and help us deliver a new era of more.
Less congestion, faster connection, more Wi-Fi devices. Welcome to the future of communication network, Realtek. Realtek has complete home networking solutions to help popularize Wi-Fi 6 to the public. To make this real, all kinds of Wi-Fi devices can be connected through Realtek Wi-Fi 6 technology, making it easier and faster. There are AP router processor, Wi-Fi NIC, IoT microcontroller, Bluetooth processor, multimedia processor. Wi-Fi 6 technology increases internet coverage rate by 50%, increases connected devices by 4 times, and provides a more meticulous security and protection mechanism. From wireless to wired, home to city. Power over Ethernet, fiber line broadband, copper line broadband, switch controller, automotive Ethernet, Ethernet, 10G XPON processor. Everyone is connected to the world easily. Being ready for what you'll need, Realtek has built a complete network ecosystem for you. Our common future will arrive sooner than you can expect. Realtek now, ready for the future.
If only electric cars were for everyone. If only machines could run more efficiently. If only I could create smart, connected, and secure IoT devices. This is where we come in. At STMicroelectronics, we help our customers address their challenges and opportunities to improve people's lives and support a more sustainable world. We create technology that starts with you. Our products help you build smarter mobility solutions, making driving safer, greener, and more connected for everyone. Our technologies enable you to create more efficient power and energy management systems and support the use of renewable energy. Our solutions help you to make homes, cities, factories, and everyday things more connected, more secure, and more aware of their surroundings. We are creators and makers of semiconductor products with sustainability at the core of everything we do. We master all aspects of the supply chain and offer our customers the quality, flexibility, and security they need. Together with a strong ecosystem of thousands of partners around the world, we bring the solutions you need to address the challenges of the evolving world. At ST, we are creators and makers of technology. And our technology starts with you.
UMC delivers specialty process technologies down to 14 nanometer FinFET. Our solutions address the different needs of our broad customer base, whose chip requirements range from ultra-low power consumption to maximum performance. UMC's comprehensive technologies enable our customers to develop the world's advanced ICs. In addition, UMC's leading specialty processes power a wide variety of everyday and emerging applications. These include products in the communication, consumer, automotive, and AIoT markets, delivering timely customer solutions to enable mutual success. UMC fabs employ the world's finest engineers and are equipped with the latest automated manufacturing equipment. We consistently set foundry industry benchmarks for fast cycle times and high yields. We provide the technology, manufacturing, and expertise to enable the success of our customers and bring out the full potential of their semiconductor products. UMC.
Hi everyone, we hope you did manage to get some light snack, and we do want to welcome back our guests, ladies and gentlemen, back to this ballroom as we're going to kickstart the next presentation very, very shortly, and also followed by the panel discussion. So thank you so much. We do hope you managed to get some food. You can bring them in as well. And really, really want to welcome you back to the ballroom as we're going to start the next presentation very shortly. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Once again, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Right now, I would like to invite back our guests to the ballroom as we're going to kickstart the next speaker very, very shortly. So please come back right in here and be seated as well. We're going to kickstart the summit, and it's going to be really exciting because after the speaker, there will be a panel discussion leading on to a lunch break and also a lucky draw that we've all been looking forward to. So thank you very much for your patience, and we do hope you managed to get some drinks and some light snack. And please, right now, head back into the ballroom. We're going to kickstart the program in about a minute or 2 minutes' time. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please invite you to your seat as we're going to kickstart the program right now. Thank you. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite you to be seated. We would want and love to try to be on time because today there's lots of sharing, very, very insightful sharing. So we hope to keep it on track so that we can get your questions answered as well and the presentation to go on smoothly. So right now, may I please invite all guests, ladies and gentlemen, be seated. A gentle reminder, the black tables at the back, do not sit at the table. Just fill in the white tables at the front. Thank you so much. Alright, we know there's a lot of networking and catching up in that after all these years, 2 years. And right now, I would like to invite guests to be seated. And we do hope you managed to get some food, tea and coffee. Please feel free to bring them in. And on your seat, you can enjoy today's speech together with some snack as well. Alright, welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Our next speaker is Mr. Ta Chang Lee, Senior Director, Technology Development and Introduction, Analog and Power Front-End Manufacturing, Asia Pacific Region, STMicroelectronics. Currently, he is heading the front-end technology development and introduction activities for BCD, bipolar, CMOS, DMOS, silicon and silicon carbide-based power devices, and MEMS, MEMS. So he will share on ST's business model and how sustainability brings new opportunities, secures long-term profitability, reduces risk, and improves environmental efficiency. So before we invite TC Lee on stage, ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you to be seated right now as we're going to start on the next speaker and move on to the panel discussion. Thank you so much for understanding. So shall we give a big hand to TC Lee? Welcome. I'll hand over the time to you.
Okay, thank you. I hope I didn't tear you away from the delicious energy-inducing break. I'd like to thank all the previous speakers as well who has set the stage for us for sustainability. Let me start to introduce our company a little bit. It's a journey that we took when sustainability is probably not even a word that is commonly used in the industry. ST, of course, is a company that is very broad-based. We have many products portfolio ranging from automotive, industrial, from telecommunication and consumer electronics. We have 48,000 employees, out of which 8,400 are in R&D and designs. Last year, we received 12.8 billion of revenue. On manufacturing footprint, we have 14 manufacturing sites.
and we are also on board of the signatory of UN Global Compact. And from 2005, we are a member of EICC and later renamed RBA. ST has presence in every continent except Antarctica. And in Singapore, we started our plant in 1969 with test and assembly. Of course, later we planted our roots, also having wafer fab, and ST Singapore wafer fab is the largest by volume of entire ST. And of course, also have design centers and R&D and sales and marketing operations in Singapore. Sustainability is an integral part of our business. I mean, sitting here, we have many players from various steps of the value chain. I mean, we are in the IDM space. We have been doing this for the last 30 years since the beginning of our creation with our previous CEO, our first CEO, Pasquale Pistorio, who by chance are now an honorary citizen of Singapore. It's a journey that is a long one. I mean, we have started, as I mentioned, with our CEO, Pasquale, in 1987 at the ST's creation. He has a vision that companies such as Semiconductors should already have sustainability in mind at the beginning. Since then, we have been accelerating our efforts in these areas. You can see various milestones ST has made in this area. Of course, we do this with our partners and our suppliers and our customers. We are also very public in our commitment to sustainability. We do publish our report annually. You can get a copy of that in ST's website. And you can see various aspects that I'm going to share with you. And you can read them in detail because it's pretty long, thick report. And of course, 2020, December, our current CEO, Jean-Marc Chéry, made as Russell said, we are also very audacious. We made a claim that we will be 2027 carbon neutral and to use 100% renewable energy. Okay, this one, we are probably ahead of the curve with many companies, so we will need a lot of help with our partners and also some miracle from Russell and of course the government. So it's not surprising that in the last 26 years, ST has made progress in our manufacturing footprints at a per unit product sold level at the various environmental impacts. So having said that, let me introduce to you our approach in ST. Okay, we take a holistic approach. Of course, we create technology for sustainable world in a sustainable way by prioritizing people talents, by protecting the planet and generating long-term value for our stakeholders. I will go into a bit of each pillars for our understanding, and hopefully with our various partners here and association, you can have some resonance with some of the things that you are already doing, and hopefully you can have more ideas. The first pillar, how we do technology in ST. ST has been a believer of innovation and technology development. So we have, as I mentioned, 8,400 R&D engineers and designers located all over the world, working on design, working on ultra-low power circuits, working on products that have good power efficient footprint, as well as on materials, silicon carbide, gallium nitride. These are some of the things that ST is investing heavily on. We also take a life cycle approach to our products, as mentioned also by previous speakers. We have a system that we developed. I will share with this graph. Starting from, of course, sourcing the right material, the responsible materials, to a design stage where our designers and engineers have a systematic approach to assess the impact of the product in terms of environmental, power efficiency, and carbon footprints. And of course, the largest carbon footprint is not new to everyone, is manufacturing. So this is something that ST is also investing heavily upon, and the usage. So we have certain labeling, much like Razer, where we label our products. The product that goes through sustainability or eco-design steps. And end of life, of course, end of life, waste disposal compliance is something that we pay attention to as well. At ST, all our products certainly meets the customer specification as well as all the local, regional legislation. For those products that meets the eco-design framework and also responsible product classified as environmentally or socially responsible will be given a label. Okay, we have a 1-star, 2-star, 3 stars label. And these labels are communicated to our partners, our customers, so that they can have an understanding of what type of footprints this product has and help them to also evaluate their own carbon footprint. Our target is to have 50% of our new products to be responsible. This is a bit of an old target because actually last year we already achieved 69%, and these numbers are externally audited. And of course, new goals are to generate triple our products by 2025 versus 2016 in terms of responsible products. And under the second pillar, where we speak about the way we do it, of course, the people, we spoke a lot about talents, the people, the well-being, the safety, the health of the people in this industry. Health and safety, for those that are in a wafer fab, I think it's not new to you. You are talking about health and safety every day. In ST, our GM, and all of us in our staff meeting, we always start with safety and health. It's a discipline that we do, of course, and we also spend a lot of effort and resources. Every week, the staff will go to the shop floor, first to look at the infrastructure, the safety aspect of our operation, as well as to coach and speak with the people to understand their challenges on doing it safely. Diversity and equity and inclusion. Again, I think these are quite a buzzword these days. ST being geographically spread, it is not surprising that we have more than 115 nationalities in our companies. At the same time, we are not satisfied yet with our diversity and equity and inclusion aspects. So we do have workshops that help the managers and the people to address some of the biases that we may have. Okay, so these are something that we also deploy through our HR programs. One of the programs that I can highlight here is Women in Leadership. Okay, this is a worldwide program where it includes a training path for our women leaders, as well as coaching and mentoring along with the program. In Singapore alone, we have 59 women leaders that are already enrolled and completed the program, and there's also 7 senior women leaders that gone through this program. Under the way of how we do sustainability, we cannot avoid by talking about environment, right? In terms of environment, as I mentioned, our CEO has made a commitment last end of 2020 to be carbon neutral by 2027. We probably lead the industry, the semiconductor industry, in this commitment. It comes with a lot of investments, of course, and a lot of focus and attention, working with our partners, working with the government, and also our energy suppliers. Water scarcity. Of course, we work a lot on water reclaim, recycling, and also reduce the use of water in our plant. And together with our partners and suppliers, we also work on zero waste. We spend a lot of effort in this area. So this is not new. We want to be carbon neutral by 2027. This is an ambitious goal, I think, but we have made a commitment to be compliant. And I think Xing Ying talked about the COP 1.5 degree. We also will be compliant to that. And sourcing 100% of renewable energy. Because with Apple, clean energy program for the products that we sold to Apple, I can speak about it openly because it is public information. We are already 100% renewable energy. On manufacturing footprint, I think we can't avoid but talk about it. Carbon footprint, energy footprint, environmental footprint of a fab is large. This is something that is maybe a paradox, a contradiction, but it's something that we are committed to do good, at the same time reducing our footprint. So the programs that we have certainly are not new to people that operate fabs. I mean, on water, chemical, our emission, air quality, waste, energy, and VOC or greenhouse gases. We spend a lot of effort and time. We have a corporate governance as well as regional work teams and champions addressing all these programs. One of the examples that I can share with you in Singapore is I will share two. First is the fluoride wastewater treatment plant. Okay, this is something that we have upgraded recently. It was a plant that generates a lot more watery sludge versus a dry pellets. So with this investment and this upgrade, we are able to substantially reduce the tonnage of waste that we truck out, as well as providing our suppliers and also the people that receive the sludge much less energy to dry it up. So it's something that we continue to monitor this program. DCS, okay, I think Minister of State spoke about it. Everyone seems to have spoken about it. So it's something that in ST, it is quite significant for us. We mentioned taking out about 109,000 cars off the road of Singapore with this program. But we also like to add that it is not the electric vehicle, but the internal combustion engine vehicle. The 109 cars in Singapore, if I did a little bit of math, is equivalent to about 20% of private vehicles, private car ownership in Singapore. So that's like 20% of the roads will be free of the car. Of course, we can't control that. Only the COE can do that. This program is significant for us, not only in terms of generating energy savings, but also creating of space, because space is a premium in Singapore. With this system that is centralized instead of a distributed one, we are able to free up close to 4,000 square meters of space and repurposing this space for other environmental projects like abatements, water reclaims, and so on and so forth. And with a 20% reduction savings in heating-related energy consumption, we are also able to onboard some other projects that will also use electricity. And the third pillar, so we talk about the technology piece, we talk about the environmental, the people, the way we do it. The third pillar is about generating long-term values for all our stakeholders. It is something that we also believe is very important, how we do it, being responsible, reporting all our progress externally with some of the SB, TCFD type of reporting structure. We are careful in the way we evaluate our progress and also identify our risks and our hotspots. And of course, last bullet about STEM, we cannot avoid but to talk about it as well, because everyone is looking for talents, and I think science, STEM area, we need to certainly onboard more young talents for our industry that will also power our next generation. First, I talk about how we manage the risk. ERM, enterprise risk management, is something that we do top-down as well as bottom-up. There are many, again, this is also a corporate governance, but at the same time, we have committees, work groups at a site level that address, that analyze, evaluate, and address all the risks that we have. One example, I think, is not new. Beginning of 2020, we started, because of COVID, we triggered the corporate crisis team, okay, with the two overarching principles of protecting the health of the people, as well as ensuring business continuity to our customers, right? I'm happy to say that these two priorities has continued in our operations even until today, and we've been successful to deliver our products to our customers without any interruption, and we do receive a lot of thank you notes and congratulations from our customers by able to supply products even in times of lockdowns, logistic issues, and border closures. The other part that we do also, I think it's important, as one section of the value chain is we also need to develop and monitor our suppliers. We are a member of RBA since 2005. Okay, using this framework this framework is about labor, about ethics, and safety and environment. I think many of you will also know about this. With this framework, we do audits our suppliers. We ask them to do a self-assessment, and at the same time, we ask them to sign up as a committed suppliers towards RBA. Up to today, we have about 90% of our suppliers have signed this commitment. The last part about talent, I mean, talent is something that we are also very passionate about. We have a corporate program, a worldwide program, but as well as local ambassadors that go to schools, go to institutions, doing career guidance to students to help propagate our industry. If you look at the yellow box, in 2021, we have a 330 initiative and reaching 69,000, more than 69,000 beneficiaries. These are some of the examples that are in Singapore. As I mentioned, we have ambassadors and managers or engineers who participate in various events and also going to the school, coaching, guiding the students to opt for a study and a career in this industry. We also partner with institutions. There are many examples, ITE, work-study diploma. I mean, we are a member of the advisory council committee. We also onboard many interns and apprentices on site to allow them to learn the ropes about manufacturing and equipment maintenance. SGIS, we are also a strong sponsoring organization for SGIS to give scholarship with the EDB's initiative to sponsor students to take up semiconductor industry courses. And with SIT, Singapore Institute of Technology, in 2022, we are the single largest company that has accepted a work-study program, IWSP, with SIT's EDE as well as other faculties. We also provide guest lectures to the industry. Our technical experts are invited and they go to SIT to give the industry view on certain academic subjects. And we are also sitting in the industry advisory committee for SIT as well. The last picture on the bottom right is an event that we housed SIT lecturers as well as students or potential interested IWSP students in our sites. They get a tour of our fabs, offices, and operations. As part of our commitment publicly, besides reporting publicly all our sustainability results, we are also sitting, as I mentioned, in the signatory of UN's Global Compact since 2000. And our sustainability also supports the SDGs of the UN Sustainability Development Goals. And I think Speaker Xing Ying from Carbon Trust spoke about the two most advanced reporting standards, which we are also using and assessing our carbon footprint, our environmental activities. And we also commit to participate in all the industry rating and ranking exercises. So, for example, we are a member of Dow Jones Sustainability Indices. Okay, as a recap, I can say that our approach is quite holistic. Maybe we can improve some more. We are not happy with certain things we do, or we are still short in certain areas. But we believe that sustainability must start from supply chain of raw material to end products. So it's a cradle to grave. Yeah. So we definitely believe in generating new technology that enable a sustainable world in a sustainable way. Because an example of silicon carbide, for example, the production of silicon carbide material for power electronics, it's much hotter. You need a higher temperature, you need a higher energy. And the result is a hotter production, but cooler engines, cooler EVs. EVs that are using silicon carbide is known to be less hot, okay? Because the heating component, the cooling components about controlling the heat generated by internal combustion engine is no longer needed or can be minimized. So certainly it's a bit of a paradox. We use more energy in order to allow our customers or consumer to use less energy. So this is something that we are very cautious about. We want to do it in a good way as well. And protecting the planet and also taking a long-term view for our sustainability programs. I will close with two slides. I think it's without a doubt that we all have to act in sustainability. It's even more urgent now, I think, with you guys hearing the news about havoc of planets, climates and weather situation, droughts at one part of the world, flooding in another part of the world. So I think as industry partners and companies that is serving the semiconductor industry, I think it's all the more important now to accelerate this effort. And I hope the sharing I give is able to maybe create some ideas, maybe some partnerships, and also to take us to the next lab where our children will have to inherit this earth. And as the previous speaker said, if you don't give it to them, they'll demand it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, TC, for the insightful sharing of ideas. Indeed, go a sustainable way. We need a lot of teamwork from everybody. And please remain on stage because right now we will move on to the panel discussion. All right, and right now, I know you might have some questions for TC. We do keep the questions in the Slido, and we will bring up the questions in the panel discussion. So right now, allow me to invite our moderator on stage, Ms. Jasmine Teo from Carbon Trust, and shall we give her big hands? And on the panelists, we have Mr. Kenneth Ng, Global Sustainability Lead, Razer Inc. We also have Ms. Dalal Slimani, Vice President Semiconductor Segment, Schneider Electric, as well as on stage already, Mr. TC Lee. Shall we give a big hand to our panelists once again? Ms. Dalal Slimani will be doing her speech later on after the lunch. So right now, I will hand over the time to Jasmine to moderate the panel discussion.
Testing. Hello. Testing. Mic test. 1, 2, 3. Hello. Okay. Thank you, MC. Very good morning to our audience here today, and a warm welcome to those who are joining the SSIA Summit online as well. My name is Jasmine Teo, Associate at the Carbon Trust, and I'm very delighted to be your moderator for the panel discussion today. I'm very happy to be joined by our esteemed panelists right here. We have Dalal, Vice President of the Semiconductor Segment for Schneider Electric. We'll be hearing more from him after the lunch segment later. And we also have Kenneth, as well as Ta Chiang, which you guys have heard from earlier today, so no need for introductions here. Thank you for your insights and a great sharing about Razer's and STMicro's sustainability roadmap. Thank you all three for being on the panel with us today. Now, for the topic of today's discussion, the title is Advancing Technologies Towards a Sustainable Future. So from a climate perspective, 2020 to 2030 is a critical decade, and the urgency to act is greater than it has ever been. Global temperatures have already risen about more than 1 degree Celsius above pre-industrial levels, and the semiconductor industry is one contributor to global warming. So in the next 30 minutes, our goal of this panel is to discuss 3 key things. The first is why sustainability is so important to businesses right now. The second is to see and to hear from our panelists how companies can turn their climate ambitions into concrete actions. And lastly, how technology can help to enable the accelerated move towards a net zero future. So I promise that today's session is meant to be as interactive as possible, but I do need to seek the audience help here. So please don't be shy and feel free to post your questions on the Slido app. Hello. Hello, mic test. Hello. Can you guys hear me? Hello. Okay, great. Okay, sorry about the technical difficulties right there. Yeah, but just to repeat, this session is meant to be as interactive as possible. So please post your questions through the Slido app. And if you're shy, don't worry. You can contribute still by giving like a upvote for questions that you'd like to hear from our panelists here. Yes. So without further ado, I'm going to kick it off with our first discussion segment on why sustainability is important to businesses. So I think it is clear that there are many benefits that a company can reap when it comes to adopting a more sustainable business practice, like how it can help companies be more attractive to ESG investors. So I would like to hear from our panelists now, like to hear from them, spend the first couple of minutes to think about how companies can benefit from their ESG strategy. So let's start off with you, Kenneth. In your experience in charting like the sustainability pathway for Razer, could you share how you think a company can benefit from adopting a more sustainable business practice?
So I think the very obvious thing is that there's actually brand equity with being sustainable. So a lot of gamers, a lot of consumers, they are actually very forward-looking. They want the brand to be sustainable, and they know their stuff. They do their thorough research, and they will really call you out if they feel that you are greenwashing. You feel that you are not something, you're not delivering something that you ought to be delivering. So and of course, now I consider myself from the older generation. So the younger generation will want us to have leave behind a better world for them, not the one with extreme weather. So I think you can see, especially in Europe and US, a lot of young people, they are really going to the streets and protesting against the climate crisis, demanding for climate action. So as a brand that has a pretty big footprint in Europe and US, I think it's imperative that we really do that. Yeah, for Asians, we are not so outspoken, but I think it's also, I think there's an inherent want to be good, and I think all these are important. So I think that there is some tangible benefits that goes with. Right, test. Okay. Yeah, there's some inherent good points that goes with being sustainable and how you can actually bring forth a more better brand equity, a better positioning, and for investors, you are actually safeguarding the company from any potential climate-related risks. Yeah.
Thank you. Hello. Mic test. Mic test. Mic test. Okay, sorry. Thank you, Kenneth, on your insights on how embarking on like a sustainable business practice will allow you to like reap some sort of benefits. So I would like to now pose the same question to Ta Chiang, TC. In your rich experience within the semiconductor industry and being in STMicro, who is a leader in driving the sustainability agenda in this industry, what are your thoughts on how companies can benefit from making sustainability a priority in their business?
Hello. Mic test. Hello. Yeah, we're energy saving. Jokes aside, well, there are many factors that drives us do what we do. There's the pressure from legislator authorities to be neutral, net zero. At the same time, customers are demanding it. Apple is a good example. And also, that brings us beyond compliance. You need to be committed. Okay, sorry. Yes, I was saying that the government, the customer demands this. An example again from silicon carbide, my favorite topic, is that if you are not in this ability to supply silicon carbide, you are not in the market. You're just not able to supply to companies that want to have longer range EVs, electric vehicles, speaking about 600 kilometer per charge or more. So I think it's not an option. Maybe it was an option many years ago, but I think more and more sustainability has to be an integral part of a business.
Thank you, Ta Chiang. Sorry about the technical difficulties. Please do bear with us. Yeah, thank you, Ta Chiang, for sharing your perspective of how semiconductor is really driving like the way forward for sustainability, and how there is pressure from the industry, like your customers, to embark on this ESG strategy right here. So now I would like to dig a little bit deeper to hear from our panelists on what are their thoughts on how semiconductor companies can translate this action to translate their net zero ambition that they have actively being like declaring net zero targets into concrete climate actions. So my next question would be for Dalal. Dalal, you had a wealth of industry experience in driving sustainability projects. So do you have any thoughts on what are the steps that semiconductor companies should be taking next, and what are some of the areas that they should be focusing on?
Thank you. So, you hear me? Yes. Okay. So I would start by the following. I think that it's very, very important to note that there is no sustainability strategy on the side and business strategy on the side. Your sustainability strategy needs to be fully embedded in your business strategy. Sustainability is actually good for business, and we can come back to that later on. It's very important also that the sustainability is in the C-suite. You want to mobilize the very top of your organization to be committed into driving a change towards more green and more sustainable. You also want to make sure to drive the change inside your organization. There is many stakeholders when it comes to the transformation towards more sustainability. It's not only the Chief Sustainable Officer, it's not only the procurement organization for renewables, it's not only the manufacturing organization, but it's really important to make sure that you have a governance in place that will allow you to drive the change throughout all the areas in your organization, all the layers, and also horizontally. Now, the good news is that the technology already exists when it comes to driving a sustainable change, to drive towards more green. When we look at the CO2 emissions globally, we see that 80% roughly is coming from energy consumption and energy production. And at Schneider Electric, we do believe that the fastest way towards net zero is through digitization and decarbonization. And you have 3 levers roughly that you can play on when it comes to that. This is what we call Energy 4.0. The first one being the electrification of your process. Second one being the change of the mix of the supply. You want to move to more and 100% renewable energy supply. And the last one being on the energy optimization. Energy consumption optimization. And energy consumption optimization is very interesting, especially right now. I was saying just a few minutes ago that sustainability is good for business. The rise in energy prices right now are hitting your bottom line. Energy security, I mean, some of the speakers spoke about the weather events in Texas and other parts of the world. Energy security is also impacting your top line. So this would be some of my thoughts on the topic.
Thank you, Dalal. Thank you, Dalal, for your insights on what semiconductor companies should be prioritizing in the steps that they should take and what they should be thinking of. I like how you pointed out like the 3 key points on electrification and transiting like their supply mix, as well as embarking on innovation. So I would like to now pose the next question that is coming from the floor actually for Ta Chiang. There's a very interesting question that we have here. So the question is, what can the industry do to ensure that the entire supply chain is sustainable and profitable while facing higher customer expectations and rising costs in Singapore?
Okay, a very good question. It is a journey, I would say. ST being a supplier to some customer and being a customer to some suppliers, we sit in the middle of a value chain, right? So if we can translate the expectation right from the consumer to the very beginning of the supply chain by developing, sharing the expectation, by helping maybe some supplier that is still not on board or not aware or maybe need a bit more help. I think the development of supply chain, monitoring their performance, perhaps even demanding they sign up for it, right? First, education is equally important, but at the same time, sharing the expectation from the customers to the source is something that we must consciously do, and helping them to monitor and measure their progress is equally important.
Thank you, Ta Chang. Yep, I would like to now continue on the topic of decarbonizing the supply chain. So I'd like to hear a little bit about from Kenneth. Like in your experience, we know that like the goods that that your a bulk of your emissions are coming from the goods that you are purchasing from the electronic materials that are actually manufactured by the semiconductor industry. So what do you think, what you hope to see that the semiconductor companies can do more in terms of decarbonizing their supply chain?
Like this, okay. Yeah, I think as a company that actually works very closely with suppliers, I think what we want to do for a start is actually to have more data. Yeah, I think when we want to communicate and disclose more information, disclosure is key for as a first step towards a more equitable sustainability strategy. So when we want to do that, we must understand what is the initiative that our partners in the semicon industry is putting together. So for the longest time, I think when I do life cycle analysis, I could be using some fixed data from 5-10 years ago from this EcoInvent database. But that database data sets does not reflect the work that the semicon industry is doing. So this morning we've been hearing a lot from people, you know, that they have been trying to tap on 100% renewable energy. So that would drive the emission down. So I think that's the first thing that we want, is to have updated data from the industry. Like what the minister said, you know, the benchmark, you know, in general, we are seeing lower emissions because of new technology being deployed. So I think communication and then I think traceability is also very important. Yeah, so I think we were just chatting over there just now. I think there's a lot on traceability of minerals, materials, and things like that. So I think providing the traceability and giving a company that's very close, very downstream, like Razer, I think it's very helpful for us to actually communicate fully to the consumer. Yeah, what is the source of the minerals? Is it ethically sourced? Which I'm sure everybody has been doing. We have been hearing a lot of people that they are part of RBA. They have a lot of good practices in place. It's just a matter of letting your downstream partners know about the good work that you have been doing.
Thank you, Kenneth, for your insight. I think, yeah, very good point that you raised there, that it's certainly critical to let their semiconductor partners know that what they are committing to, so that together with like the industry, they can collaborate to work on moving the needle towards a net zero future. So I'm going to continue on the topic of sustainability, but I'm going to pick some questions from the ground right now. There is a thumbs up for this question that is coming in. 5 thumbs up actually, so yeah, there's a hot demand. So I'm going to pose that question to Dalal. Dalal, do you have any advice on how do we know companies are just greenwashing?
I'm not sure this is the easiest question, so but I would say start by reading their ESG report. I would say this is the starting point. I mean, you can get a lot on what the company is actually doing when you read their ESG report, when you see which commitments they are taking, but more importantly, what are the steps that they are taking to get there. I'm going to be a little bit provocative here and say having only one commitment that is net zero by 2050 is not enough. What happens between now and 2050? What are the steps that are taken between now and 2050 across the value chain? So that would be my take on this. If I take the example of what we do at Schneider Electric, and I will elaborate on that later on during my presentation, we have objectives across our value chain for 2025, 2030, 2040, 2050. We also have been recognized by many very serious parties as leading the charge when it comes to sustainability. We do it for ourselves internally, and we have a track record on delivering on our sustainable commitments. But we also do it with our suppliers. We have programs for the decarbonization of our Scope 3, and we do it also for our customers.
Thank you, Dalal, for sharing on how we can spot greenwashing. I would like to continue a topic on greenwashing. I think it's like a very big thing that people are focusing on right now to try to mitigate the risk of it. So I'd like to pose the next question to Kenneth. Kenneth, we know that greenwashing risk in the market is very critical and something that we are looking out for. So how do you think companies can address this greenwashing risk?
Actually, I was talking to one of our fellow sustainability professionals. I was just telling him, hey, why not you get a degree in just to be a trained lawyer lah. Then we can start a business, right? We go around suing company on greenwashing risk, because I think the problem over here is that companies, they want to do good, but sometimes they just communicate wrongly. And in US especially, there's a lot of people we noticed lah, and we did some research. There are specifically a group of lawyers that go around starting class level lawsuit and to sue either the company or the suppliers or partners in the value chain on greenwashing. Yeah. So I think this is something that education is actually very important. You can talk to your friendly sustainability professional within your company. And of course, I think start with claims that are not generic. Like, for example, eco-products is a very generic term. It doesn't mean anything. Sustainable material is also a very generic term. So instead, be really specific about the claims, like recycled plastic. And if you can go one step further, how many % recycled plastic? So I think that would require testing, and you need to work with partners to get it certified. So I think be specific about claims and try not to use generic terms. Yeah.
Thank you, Kenneth, on your insights. Now, continuing on the sustainability topic, we have another question from the ground that is very interesting. The question is, how do you measure the ROI of investing in various sustainability efforts? And how do we factor this financial investment that will be required? So I would like to pose that question to Ta Chiang. Ta Chiang, in your experience in working with STMicro sustainability initiatives, do you have any thoughts on this question? Thank you.
Yeah, ROI, I think in ST, we take a long-term view. I mean, we don't expect an investment on sustainability to be, no low-hanging fruits in that sense. We take a long-term view. The commitment, it's also a long-term commitment, of course, with various milestones to measure our progress in these areas. The ROI can be measured, I think, in many ways. If you take a very short-sighted view, then you will say, okay, how much energy I save, and so I may pay less for the energy bill. But there are also a much longer view, is that if you invest in a sustainable technology, enabling the customers to work in environmental and social impact that is go far beyond the short-term results, will generate business sense. I mean, this itself will allow you to increase your top line. I think it is not a simple answer to how do you measure this ROI, but I think it is probably quite complex if you want to include that future benefit and future income to consider as a payback of your investments. So I don't think I've fully answered maybe the intention of the question, but I again would like to look at it in a slightly different view, that it is not something that you want to look at in the short term.
Thank you, Ta Chiang. Very great insights on how semiconductor companies should be pursuing like a long-term view in terms of like how they are investing in their sustainability efforts. I would like to move on from the sustainability topic and move on to our second segment of the panel, which is to touch on a little bit about how advancing technologies can enable the move towards a net zero future. So we know that semiconductors are very pervasive in our daily lives, like from your iPhones to the iPad that I'm using right now. And they are also powerful enablers for sustainable tech, like electric vehicles, solar cells, as well as wind turbines. So my next question would be for Tachang as well. TC, could you share with us what are some of the other ways in which the semicon industry can help enable this sustainable tech? Thank you.
Okay, I think I will move away from EVs and electrification of cars for a moment, because I think these are very obvious examples. How longer range means a better efficient use of energy. Talk about smart agriculture or smart farming. Food security, it's an important aspect, even more these days, as we know. Technology can also be used in agriculture. I mean, maybe we don't speak about it a lot because we don't really have agricultural industry in Singapore. But by using our products, microcontrollers, maybe step motor, precision microcontrollers, connectivity, MEMS, IoTs. In ST, we have actually a business also in smart farming. If you look at our ESG report, I learned ESG is easier to say than sustainability report. So if you look at our ESG report, one example that's cited there is the automation of rubber tapping. If you have worked in a rubber plantation, you will know that it's very labor intensive, a lot of risk involved, injuries and so on. ST actually co-developed with our customers an automated rubber tapping equipment or automated solutions, where we use microcontrollers, STM32 microcontrollers with a long-range connectivity devices, as well as some environmental sensors, and also some voltage regulators to allow this rubber tapping to extend the rubber tree's life. Human tapping rubber, sometimes you injure the bark, and with this automated solution, we can minimize bark injuries. We can also improve the yield of the latex that comes with this automated solution. And with the environmental sensors, we can also monitor the climate, the weather, when it's the right time to tap and when not to tap. So this solution actually, I mean, if you think about it, it is simple yet effective. So we spoke about innovation. So I think a lot of time is how we can collaborate with our customers to come up with products that we already have, services we already have, to develop a solution that is very sustainable. Right.
Thank you, Tachang. I think it's very interesting to see that the semicon tech can not only be used in like big things like electric vehicles, solar cells, and phones. It's very interesting to see that how you brought in like the agriculture perspective to the sustainability topic that we have as well. I do see a lot of questions that are coming in on sustainability. Our first topic on sustainability. I'll take that after this question on technology first. So the next question that I would like to pose is to Dalal. We know that when we talk about the enabling technologies, there are a lot of smart solutions out there that can be used to semiconductors, companies' advantage to support their sustainability strategy. So could you share about how companies can tap on this technology to help them action on reducing their carbon footprint effectively?
So I will take the example of one of our customers in the semiconductor space who have been challenging us to help them reduce their energy consumption. So we worked with the customer first to identify what is the baseline. I was mentioned earlier. Where is the energy consumption? Doing some energy audits with some tools, some digital tools that we have, and identify where is the pools of consumptions and the pools of efficiency. And then we worked with the customer to develop an advanced energy management platform that is using machine learning and AI, and that is driving analytics that will allow this customer to identify even further levers for energy consumption. Point being here is that the technology exists, the tools exist, and we are already deploying it with many customers in the semiconductor industry. We also have, in Schneider Electric, developed some kind of control tower for the sustainability. It's called Resource Advisor. And this platform is your go-to platform for all your sustainability metrics and reports. You have full visibility on the CO2 footprint of all your sites worldwide, or your sites, depending on what you want to look at. All reports to be communicated outside, and also this platform, based also on machine learning and AI, will allow you, by comparing different sites and other parameters that are part of our secret sauce, it would allow you to compare between the different sites and be able to drive even further CO2 footprint reduction or energy consumption reduction, and so on and so on. So just naming a few examples.
Thank you, Jalal. I'm sure many of our audience would like to have a chat with you after this to talk about the smart solution that Schneider is offering. So I'm going to move on to take some questions from the ground. Very interesting question about sustainability and how companies can embark on it. So I would like to pose this question to Kenneth. Kenneth, the question that the audience have sent in is, what are the most significant change management challenges for you in your company's sustainability journey?
Okay, this is a very difficult question. Yeah, so I think the change management is always very hard. I think for the longest time, right, sustainability for a lot of companies is about charity, CSR. Yeah, so over I think in recent years we realized that people is moving away from the charity, but part of compliance and also a performance indicator for a lot of companies. So I think there's a lot of mindset shift that's happening within the company. So they will treat sustainability professional in a different way. They should be involved in the business discussion. They should be talking about bottom line, whether a change of material will affect the cost or not. So I think this requires a fundamental change. It's still work in progress within Razer, but I'll just share a very interesting example. So one of our top best-selling mouse, we've been selling for around 10 years, close to 20 million units sold. The formula works, the design works, everybody is very happy. So for the longest time, we really never look at changing the design. But good old me went to the engineer and say, I need you to use recycled plastic. Then they check the recycled plastic resin. They say, oh, your recycled plastic resin is higher cost. So it's going to affect the GPM, the gross profit margin. So how can I do this? So what happened was we decided to sit down with the designers and redesign the structure internally. So externally, it's still the same look and feel for the customer, but internally we changed the structure so that it's more efficient and it uses less plastic. When it uses less plastic, the cost of the resin net with the cost of virgin plastic. So overall, there's no change there's no increase in the cost of the product. Yeah, so this is a very, very small success case that we have, and it requires a mindset change, looking into things that you don't really expect to look into, and try to find opportunity to decarbonize. So we have to sometimes be a little bit opportunistic about decarbonization. If every member of your company have this in mind, then you can actually have a better exposure to different areas, the different part of the processes that you can decarbonize. It's not easy. For Razer, we are still work in progress. Yeah.
Thank you, Kenneth. Thank you for sharing about your change management within Razer. I think very, very interesting that you guys are always challenging like the status quo when it comes to embarking on a sustainability roadmap. So I'm going to take another question from the ground as well. So I'm going to pose this question to Ta Chiang, TC. In your experience lying within the semiconductor industry, is there a key area where all the semicon manufacturers can work synergistically to achieve net zero?
The questions keep getting more difficult. I think, yeah, the synergy is probably the key word. We must see that the sum is greater than the total, right? So if everyone only looks at their own P&L of their own company, I think the program will probably be very slow. We probably, as a supply chain, as a value chain of a company, I mean, we are IDM, so we have many suppliers and many customers. So how do we take our position as one of the value chain holder to maybe even demand, like I said just now, we probably have to share the expectation, maybe even in a stronger way. Of course, the legislation about carbon tax and all that will help us to put our acts together, so to speak. But I think sharing example of successes, maybe sharing experiences, what I share today, hopefully can also maybe create a resonance, or maybe start to think that maybe I can do that as well. I think, and the governance, I think the governance at the corporate level and all the activities, each site, each regional commitment, because ST is very, very global. So besides having a central CEO sponsorship, we also have a very active ambassador or people working on sustainability in our midst. So people that are working with suppliers are also tuned towards the sustainability view of ensuring our supplier are providing their services or product to us and measuring their footprints, right? So I think that will be maybe an incomplete answer because there are many things that we could do, but this is probably the key one that I can think of.
Thank you, Ta Chiang. I think it makes sense that that companies like we have to declare like and share like about our sustainability strategy so that we can come on board together to make a concerted effort to work towards this net zero initiative. So I do have only 1 minute left on the clock. I'm mindful of that. So I acknowledge that there are a lot of questions that are coming in. So I'm just going to take one last question from the ground, and this is also upvoted by many, is by 6 votes. So this question I would like to pose it to Dalal. So what do you feel about this question? I'm going to read it out. So wouldn't it make sense to create a code of conduct as an industry standard that semi-manufacturing companies should adhere to?
So I'm going to emphasize what TC already said. First of all, I think that collaboration across the board, across the value chain, with government, with universities, schools, and so on is absolutely key. It's not something that one company alone can achieve. Maybe one company alone can achieve their scope 1 and 2, but when it comes to scope 3, when it comes to being in areas, for example, where there is no renewable energy available or not to the scale that is needed to power the fabs, one company alone is not able to do that. And collaboration is required to drive innovation, to drive sharing of good practices, and so on. I do believe that there needs to be an industry-wide movement more towards acceleration of the transformation in sustainability. Many companies are pretty advanced. Other companies are starting or are along the way or are stumbling against some roadblocks and so on. And I absolutely think that a company-wide initiative, standards, good practices, technologies to leverage and so on will absolutely make a difference in accelerating the CO2 footprint reduction of the semiconductor industry.
Thank you, Dalal, for your sharing. Time's up, so unfortunately we'll have to wrap it up. So I know everyone is really eager to get to lunch. But before we close, I'd just like to sum up with two standout points for me from our discussion. So I think first off, in our first segment, we have heard from our panelists about how it is important to not only put forth like the declaration, our climate declaration, but to also start accelerating that action towards net zero in multiple ways that our panelists here have highlighted. And to achieve that, the second point that I've taken away is we have heard from our panelists about how advanced technology is also critical in enabling not only semicon companies, but also other industries, like for example, agriculture as well, in meeting the climate ambitions that we have today. So I think it has been a truly interesting panel for me to moderate, and I'd like to give my thanks to our panelists here. You guys came from like different parts of the value chain and really offered very diverse perspective on the issue that we have on hand. And thank you to our wonderful audience here for the many multiple questions that we have. So please do now join me to thank our wonderful panelists here today. And I'll hand my time back over to the MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jasmine, as well as all panelists. A big hands once again. That was indeed a very insightful discussion. Thank you once again. You may be seated and get ready for lunch, like all of us do. Wow, indeed. So once again, our sincere apologies for earlier on. There's some technical difficulties. Thank you so much for understanding. So sorry about that. While you charge out a little bit for lunch, during lunch, allow us to take this time to charge up our sound system as well. We promise you things will be smoother on the second half of the summit. Right now, it's time for lunch, but before that, please assist us to fill a very, very short survey right on Slido. You're very familiar with Slido right now. Head on to Slido one more time for a very short survey. Thank you so much for that. It's going to be really quick. Thank you. Appreciate that. Wow, so upon completing the survey, you can show the survey form to our waitress and their lunch will be served. Just joking. Okay, we do hope you can allow us to have some feedback. Really appreciate that. Okay, so for the lunch, please remember to place the 10 cards on the table. That will assist us a lot in serving the lunch to you. And also right now, it's also time for you to visit the exhibition booth at the Begonia Junior Ballroom just right beside us. And also to our online viewers, thank you so much for staying with us. Right now, it's also time for your lunch. We're going to see you back later at about 1:50 to 2 p.m. About 1:50 to 2 p.m. We'll be back right here for the second half of the summit. Thank you to our online viewers. And to all our guests right here, do join us for the lunch because right after the lunch, it's going to be our first round of Lucky Draw. So good luck to that. Right now, please enjoy your lunch. See you later. As we know, the next lucky draw will be happening at the end of the summit, so please stay with us. Very, very attractive prizes awaits you. We do have a MacBook Air, we have phones and headphones to be given out, so thank you for your patience and stay with us. Look forward to giving out this second round of lucky draw prize. Next, let us continue with the second half of the summit. May I have the honor to invite back on stage Ms. Dalal Slimani. She is the leader driving the sustainability topics with hands-on experience in developing and implementing circular economy principles in Europe for over 10 years. Presently, she is driving the global semiconductor business for Schneider Electric and bringing with her a wealth of successful track records in transformation and change management in complex environments while leading transversal, cross-functional and multicultural teams across various continents. She will share how Schneider Electric tackles Scope 3 emissions and leading WSG by example, topic on advancing supply chain towards a greener future. Shall we put our hands together to welcome Dalal Slimani.
Hello, everyone. Very happy to be here. I decided not to stand behind this one because you would not see me. So I'm going to be standing here. I'm very happy to be here with you guys and to be able to meet and to connect. Today, I'm going to tell you the story of a company that is more than 100 years old with a pretty massive manufacturing footprint like you guys. We have more than 200 industrial sites and a company that have been really leading the charge when it comes to sustainability. We lead the transformation internally for us. We lead the transformation with our suppliers, and we lead the transformation with our customers and for our customers. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about it. I hope there will be a lot of questions after. So first of all, sustainability is very, very important for us. It's at the core of everything we do at Schneider Electric. We have started the transformation many, many years ago, already in 2005. And we have been continuously putting more and more ambitious objectives for us and milestones and delivering on these ones. So we are leading by example in our ecosystems, and we are also the digital partner for our customers when it comes to sustainability and efficiency. We are very, very proud to have been recognized by the Corporate Knights as one of the most sustainable companies in the world. And we have been in the Global 100 ranking of the Corporate Knights as one of the most sustainable companies in the world for 11 consecutive years. So very proud about this recognition. We have also many recognitions on our efforts in the transformation of our supply chain, the sustainability transformation. So we have been recognized in 2021 as #1 most sustainable supply chain in the world by GSSC. And we have gotten the maximum rating by Gartner on the sustainability, recognizing our sustainability efforts in the supply chain. So in Schneider Electric, of course, we have 2050 net zero commitments, but we have also commitments between now and 2050. So our ambition is to be carbon neutral in our operations by 2025. This is 3 years from now. And we are well moving forward towards this ambition, and we have a track record of delivering on our sustainability ambitions. We have also the ambition to divide by 2 the CO2 emissions of our top 1,000 suppliers, and I'm going to describe a little bit later how we approach this topic, as it's not so easy when we start to speak about Scope 3. And we have also the ambition to help our customers to save up to 800 million tons of CO2 emissions between 2018 and 2025. So 800 million tons of CO2 emissions, what does it represent? That's driving around the globe in an average car 800 million times, so a lot of CO2 emissions. By 2030, our ambition is to be net zero in our operations and to reduce our Scope 3 emissions by 35%. 2040, we want to be carbon neutral end-to-end across the value chain, Scope 1, 2, and 3. And 2050, we have the ambition to become net zero across the value chain. Also here, covering Scope 1, 2, and 3. And when we speak about sustainability, when we speak about ESG in general, we really go beyond the scope, and we have an outreach that is beyond just ourselves and our operations. I mentioned our commitment to our suppliers and to our customers in terms of neutrality. We also engage all our employees in the whole organization towards carbon neutralities and taking actions and leadership for sustainability transformation in our operations in various areas, manufacturing, offices, logistics, and also R&D when it comes to the design of our products. And we are committing to our investors to have 80% of green revenues, and we are also very conscious of our responsibility and our role as a corporate citizen, and we have different outreach programs. Some of them, mentioning just a few of them, we will be helping 50 million people by 2025 to have access to green electricity. And we will be also training 1 million people on energy management. And we have also the Schneider Electric Foundation, where we also support startups and other companies to develop new technologies that gives access and availability of renewable energies. So if we zoom a little bit on the way we approach our suppliers, I will start by telling you what we do to decarbonize our Scope 3, how to engage our suppliers. So first of all, we have a sustainable procurement vision. Really, sustainability is at the heart of the decision-making and supplier selection or the selection process. We have a process that is based on governance, social, and environment, and we contribute to the UN Global Sustainable Development initiatives. And we have different goals and programs that we drive in our supply chain. So we have the Zero Carbon Project that I'm going to describe to you in a few minutes. We have also been implementing, and we keep implementing some circular initiatives in our supply chain: green material, sustainable packaging, repairability of our and the lifetime of our products, recyclability, second life of our products, and so on and so on. Of course, our products are environmentally friendly. We are compliant with REACH, ROHS. We don't procure materials from conflict areas, and so on. And we also abide by decent working conditions and human rights. My point here being sustainability and social responsibility is really at the core of our supplier strategy. And sustainability is one lever that has an impact on the strategic status of our suppliers, yes or no, the decision to engage in business with some suppliers, and the decision to stop doing business with some suppliers who are not serious about the sustainability and the engagement that we want them to take and to deliver on when it comes to sustainability. So it's a very important topic for us, and it's really at the heart of our process when it comes to supplier management. So the Zero Carbon Project. So I told you just a little bit earlier that our ambition is to divide by 2 by 2025 the CO2 emissions of our top 1,000 suppliers, and to be net zero across all the value chain by 2050. This means that we have to engage our Scope 3, our suppliers, in the decarbonization journey. And we realized after a few years that it was a little bit of a wishful thinking to think that just by asking the suppliers to decarbonize, just by telling them, we will not be able to do business with you if you're not serious on it, that the transformation will happen. So we have developed a program where we help them decarbonize, where we put together a platform for our suppliers to help them to decarbonize. And how does this look like? So a few steps in order to go through this program. We have selected our top 1,000 suppliers based on various criteria. And we have asked them to commit to decarbonization by a certain time. We started by onboarding these suppliers. Who is interested? Who wants to continue doing business with us? Who wants to onboard in this project, to take the commitment and sign? Second point, we need to do capacity building. And there we have provided a different set of educations. More than thousands of people have been joining our educations webinars directed to our suppliers to explain what is sustainability about, what is transformation for the sustainability about, what is the renewable energy, where do they need to start, where do they need to look at. And we also providing them with the tools in order to get visibility into their CO2 footprint and know where to start. And then we have been working also with our suppliers and with the help with our sustainability business experts in driving, identifying the solutions that will allow them to decarbonize and also helping them to drive this and implement these solutions based on our Schneider Electric offers or not. Okay? And then after that, of course, it's very important to track. So you know where is your, you have the commitment, you know what is your starting point, you know which solutions you want to implement and where, and then you need to track progress. And here also we provide the tools and the methodologies for this, for our suppliers in order to track the progress of their sustainability roadmap. So the program has been kicked off in H1 2021. So the people you see on the picture, that's our Chief Strategy and Sustainability Officer, our Chief Supply Chain Officer, our Chief Procurement Officer, and the head of our sustainability business, who will be with his team enabling the transformation and supporting the suppliers. We have done H1 until beginning of H2 a series of assessments on the carbon maturity. We have sent surveys to our different suppliers in order for us to calibrate the level of efforts and start to make a difference between some suppliers that are more advanced that would require help maybe on the execution and looking at the different solutions, or some suppliers that are really at the beginning of the journey that would require more coaching and more support to start and to move forward. We have, as I mentioned, made a series of technical trainings, onboarding the relevant stakeholders at our suppliers. We put in place monthly community calls, also ask them to declare their CO2 footprint to us. And right now we are here in between CO2 declaration of the suppliers and ambition and actions implementation. And already now we are very proud to see that there has been a 5% average CO2 reduction by 11% of our suppliers. So still a lot to go, but we are already seeing progress. So now that I told you what we have done in our own supply chain with our own suppliers, I would like to tell you what we do with our customers and for our customers. So the conversation, so I'm going to speak about the Energize project. The Energize project is the answer to decarbonizing the scope 3 of the pharmaceutical industry. So similar situation as what we have been discussing today in the semiconductor industry. The conversation started by some big pharma companies coming to us and telling us, hey, you know, we are moving forward in our sustainability transformation and so on, but you know, we are a little bit stuck when it comes to scope 3. We don't have control, we don't have information, we have a lot of suppliers, we don't know where to start, taken by one by one. There is less scale in order to have access to renewable energy, PPAs and so on. And we realized that there has been many of them coming to us, and we realized that we actually could be the platform to facilitate an industry-wide scope 3 decarbonization. Before I go a little bit further, I'm going to ask you to watch a video. right, so what is the Energize program? A little bit more meat to the presentation. So what you can see on the right side of the slide are the different pharmaceutical companies who have signed on for this program, who are willing and keen to decarbonize their scope 3. A lot of smart people, as you can see, like in the semiconductor industry. And what was interesting to see, and what made sense for this industry, is that when you look at the supply base of the pharma, there is a lot of shared suppliers. You know, same suppliers serving the different companies. So it's definitely made sense to be a platform and to build a platform for the aggregation of the demand of these suppliers in order to give them access to renewables. So what was the second point that was interesting is that, as I was mentioning earlier, the suppliers taken one by one, the scale of the demand does not allow them in any way to have access to PPAs, but aggregating this demand across the industry collaboratively would provide with the scale that is needed to have access to PPA markets. So the solution is the signature of this program, the Energize program, that is across the industry for access to renewable energy. Schneider Electric is the platform for that. I don't know if you heard of the NEO network. The NEO network is the biggest marketplace in the world for access to renewable energies. It brings all the stakeholders that are involved in the process of having access and adopting renewable energies, taking the supply and the demand, and it's orchestrated by Schneider Electric. And also we have been recently recognized as the #1 orchestrator of PPAs in the world, and we are very proud of that. And results right now, where are we on the Energize program? 800 suppliers registered for the informational sessions, the 2 weeks. And parallelly with the onboarding of the supplier in the program, when we are driving right now educational programs with the different stakeholders in the pharmaceutical industry. We are doing the same thing for Walmart to decarbonize their scope 3. We are doing the same thing for PepsiCo. And we are currently in discussion to do the same thing for another high-tech industry. If you guys are interested, you are welcome to reach out. One thing that we have learned when we have been working on the decarbonization of our own scope 3 and of the one for our customers is there are 3 steps roughly that you need to go through. First one is assessing. You want to build a strategy and prioritize, and very, very important, you want data. So you want a robust roadmap for decarbonization. You want to assess the carbon and the sustainability maturity of your suppliers to know where you're going from and how you move forward. You want to have a data plan, and you want to have a vision. And for the data plan, we have also a set of tools that we use in our own supply chain, but we also provide to our customers and our suppliers, which is some kind of control tower for the sustainability, an enterprise level platform that will aggregate all the sustainability KPIs and resources in one place that could be used across sites globally and give you full visibility on your sustainability indicators, emissions by site, comparison between different sites, taking into account different parameters in order to identify additional levers for decarbonization, but also easy to access report that could be used to report to the investors, to the people, to the employees, and to the communities. Second point, very, very important, engaging the suppliers in this program beyond just the fact of signing. There needs to be a level of sponsorship from the company who wants to drive this transformation in their scope 3 to make sure to keep the momentum and to keep the engagement of the suppliers. There has been some comments earlier. This is not a short-term transformation. This is not a quick win transformation. This is really something that we need to drive in the mid and long term. But there is many things that we can already do right now, and the technology exists. So this is the good news. And then at the end, acceleration. You know, once you sign the agreement for PPAs or for energy efficiency programs or whatever tools and levers, vehicles that make sense, you want to make sure to monitor and to make sure that the transformation is moving forward, and then you keep innovating within your value chain for decarbonization. So this was all for me. I think I managed the timing not so bad. We are Schneider Electric. We are your digital partner for sustainability and efficiency. We have a track record in delivering on transformation for sustainability in energy management and industrial efficiency in the semiconductor industry and in other industries. And very happy to engage in a conversation with you guys around sustainability. And I welcome you also to join our website, EcoStructure for Semiconductor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Dalla, for your sharing. We do have a lot of questions for you indeed. Okay, as you can see in here on the screen, shall we head on to the first question? Schneider Electric is doing a lot of interesting work in sustainability across industries, including semiconductors. Any top experiences you can share with us?
Yes, I mean, I mentioned what we are doing for Walmart, for example. I mean, Walmart has this ambition to decrease a gigaton of CO2 emissions from their supply chain. And we have been engaging with them on different levels, some on access to renewable for their own operation, but also structuring a program like this for their suppliers. We are also engaged, I cannot mention any names, but some of you are here in the room, at least the companies are here in the room. We are advising on the strategy to have access to renewable energy that is completely brand agnostic, solution agnostic, and some other companies also here in the room. We are helping to sign PPAs or have access to AACs or RECs in different parts of the world. This is the sustainability advisory renewable energy expertise that we have. Some other customers, we are really working with them on the efficiency of and the energy efficiency of their facility of the fab. We are engaged in some programs with some of our customers, also some of them here in the room, on their smart facility programs, how to drive even further energy optimization in the fab. We know that energy is very, very sensitive and critical in the semiconductor industry. Any power outage can cost millions of revenue, even if it is for a few minutes. So what we see consistently in this industry is that it's often oversized when it comes to the electrical distribution, and we don't want to take risks. So we have been working with many of our customers, providing our software, digital solutions that will allow them to still have access to some pools of energy efficiency without compromising on the reliability and the quality of the power of the fab. That has an impact on the manufacturing process and on the top line.
Thank you for sharing. We do have a next question. How do companies motivate the Scoop 3 suppliers to participate in sustainability efforts?
So I will tell you how we do it in Schneider Electric. We were very clear with our suppliers. This is what it takes to do business with us. Okay, it's a hard discussion, especially when it comes to some very long-term suppliers for many years, but it's a necessary discussion if you want to have an impact and if you want to decarbonize. Now, it's not enough, it's not easy. We can see even also in the programs where suppliers have signed that, you know, there needs to be a level of continuous engagement, sometimes carrot and sticks approaches, but not my preferred one. But really, this is how we do it at Schneider Electric. And I would like to send the question back to you guys also. Your customers are taking commitments to be net zero by 2050 and so on. What is your incentive in this case when your customers are asking you to decarbonize, to join and drive this transformation?
Right, okay, the next question for you. How do you measure progression across all your suppliers in the Zero Carbon project?
So we have a tool called Resource Advisor, actually, that we use internally and that is also we provide to our customers that gives you visibility. In fact, this is a very important question. One of the very, very important levers when it comes to sustainability transformation is the data, and to digitize and have visibility on where is the consumption and how it is progressing. And the tools exist. I mentioned the one from Schneider Electric called Resource Advisor, your ERP for sustainability or your control tower for sustainability. And everything is aggregated there and it gives you visibility, it gives you a report. It also gives you visibility as to how you are progressing within your roadmap. Very complete solution. If you want to know more, feel free to reach out or to check us out on our website.
Thank you. All right, next question. What's Schneider's biggest challenge to fully become carbon neutral? And when would you achieve this goal?
So, lots of challenges. Our ambition is to become carbon neutral by 2025. If the question is about our own operations, that's 2025. That's 3 years from now. I mean, we have been around for many years. Okay, we have a footprint that is existing. We are not going to tear down our factories to build new ones. So how do you turn a factory, a distribution center, and so on, that is many, many years old into a carbon neutral site? And we have done it. Actually, we have the example of our Lexington factory in the United States that is more than 50 years old and that is now recognized by the World Economic Forum and smart manufacturing and sustainability. So it is possible. So this is one of the challenges. You know, people will tell you, yeah, but you know, you need to build a new fab, you need to do this from scratch and so on, but this is not true. We can do a lot already with our existing assets. Another roadblock that is pretty consistent, I would say, we face it obviously, but we see it also across industries when it comes to sustainable transformation, is that some companies get stuck in planning. So there is a Bain report that was published last year where we see that more than 30% of companies have missed, across industries, have missed their sustainability goals that they set for 2020. And usually the roadblocks that we see is that we get stuck in planning, we are not able to move from strategy to execution. And as such, it's very, very important to make sure that the sustainability strategy is embedded in your business strategy and to make sure that to put in place a robust governance that is at the C-level and to make sure that all the layers in your organization and the divisions in your organization are onboarded in this transformation. We are very lucky at Schneider Electric because the sustainability impulse is really coming from the C-suite. Our CEO is a very big inspiration for all of us when it comes to sustainability and social responsibility, and it's really resonating across the divisions in Schneider Electric. I can testify myself because I spent most of my career in Schneider Electric in the supply chain side, in manufacturing, in logistics. I know the struggle. And I recently moved to a sales organization, and I see the same message resonating exactly as when I was in the supply chain. So this is very, very important.
Indeed, thank you for sharing the challenges. We have some time to take one more question. We do have 4 votes for this question. Most initiatives comes with a cost. How does Schneider deal with suppliers who are willing to participate in your initiative but with higher cost?
Okay, this is an interesting one. So first of all, we have been driving the transformation for many years and we have been growing the profitability of the company. I invite you to check our financial reports, to check our equity story, and to check how we have been progressing in our sustainability transformation. So yes, you can say initiatives taken one by one, taken investment on solar panels that would depreciate over 10, 15, 20 years and so on. Yes, there is an impact on the P&L, but again, sustainability has an impact, and not driving sustainability has an impact on your P&L. Sustainability is about reducing waste. Waste is a cost on your bottom line. Rising energy prices is impacting your bottom line. Energy insecurity is impacting your top line. So I think that it's very easy to get stuck and to fall in the trap at looking at different initiatives and saying in the cost, the cost is expensive, how will I manage? I think that we need to look at it differently. What is the cost of not implementing? Personally, at Schneider Electric, sustainability is very important, and I can speak of myself. When I was plant manager, I had a sustainability target. I had to reduce my energy consumption by minimum 5% every year. I had to reduce the water consumption. I had to work on zero waste to landfill, of recyclability of the waste, and so on and so on. And it is as important as my financials, as safety, quality, and service level of everything that comes out of the factory I was managing. One thing that we use also in Schneider Electric to drive financial decisions is we put a cost on the CO2, 130 euro CO2 kilo. So we embed this also in the financial planning and the estimation of the ROI and so on. But what is the cost of not doing anything? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dalla, for answering the questions. And I think the rest of the questions, perhaps they will grab you during the break time for that. Thank you once again. Shall we give a big hands to Ms. Dalla once again? Amazing. Today, indeed, a lot of insightful sharing. Right now, we will turn our focus on looking at mega trend solutions in the space of energy and water savings from three speakers who are experts in this field. So first up is Ms. Jen Tan, Head of Integrated Solutions, Singapore and Southeast Asia and Renewables, Indonesia, Sembcorp Industries. She is responsible for growing the portfolio of offering under Sembcorp's suite of sustainable solutions, including integrating energy, water, waste, and digital solutions. She's going to touch on the topic, how Sembcorp leverages its sector expertise and global track record to deliver innovative solutions that support the energy transition and sustainable development. So without further ado, shall we give her a big hand, please? Ms. Jen Tan.
Very good afternoon. Hope you all are still awake. In case you wonder, why are females in sustainability in pink? It's just a coincidence. So when she was in pink, Dalla was in pink, and I'm also in pink. We didn't plan it, but maybe it's a nice color. So sustainability is something to be happy about. That's why we are pink and bright. Today, we are going to share about some sustainable solutions. I think sustainability is a very, very big word. Everybody is very excited about it. Some people know how to do it. Some people don't know how to do it. Some people do it just for the sake of doing. I've been in the manufacturing industry for some time, and in the past, we were talking about lean manufacturing, waste reduction. Last time, nobody mentioned the word sustainability. We are talking about Six Sigma, and all this actually points to the same thing. People, productivity, planet, reduce waste, and profitability, because when you reduce waste and cost, you actually bring the company to the next height. So sustainability is about really structuring it, progressing it to the next stage where we really measure the success of all these efforts for climate, for people, for sustainability. So today, I'm going to share a bit about Sembcorp first. Okay, so my company is Koyo. So Sembcorp is a homegrown company, one of the largest renewable player, but I'm sure you have seen Sembcorp around in your daily life. If you're here in Singapore, we collect waste, and we are one of the largest waste collectors, but we have advanced from that. In addition to collect waste, we actually recycle the waste into steam in Jurong Island. We have moved our business traditionally from conventional energy. Now we are big into renewable energy. Our new slogan is from brown to green. We also have integrated urban solutions. We are present in 10 countries, and currently, as we speak, we have 16.6 gigawatt portfolio in our energy portfolio. Okay, I will not touch on other forms of renewables because in Singapore, we basically only have solar. So focus a bit on solar today. Solar portfolio for Sembcorp, we have about close to 1,500 megawatt peak. Of which utility scale is 496, rooftop is 92 in Vietnam, utility scale is in India, and in Singapore, tiny, small, little Singapore, we have close to 500, actually 424 is the data back in June, but as of now, we have close to 500 megawatts of contracted capacity. 500 megawatt is about 3,700 roofs. If I need to name the town councils that I'm deploying solar, actually is too many already. It's almost 7 or 8 town councils that we will deploy solar. So those of you who have your residentials near HDB, you'll see us around. And this contributes to 25% of Singapore's national target. And you can see the pictures on the left is rooftop, floating, and utility scale. We have a utility scale completed in Tuas area, and I will go into a bit of details later on. Okay, I'm quite proud to share this case study with my ex-company. By the way, I'm from Micron, and I'm very happy to see some of my ex-colleagues here as well. That was many, many years ago, 10 years ago, I think. And I went through a proper tender to do this project. So, just in case you all wonder, it's no friendship, but it's proper tender with quality, safety, and price. So, our aspiration is to grow with partners the likes of Micron to instill sustainability. Like I mentioned, if I was more expensive, it requires more effort. Micron probably, in Hokkien, we call bo hiu mi, right? It has to be better price, cheaper, more efficient, then people will want to deploy. So sustainability, solar, when I first joined, when I go and approach customers, people say, hey, don't disturb me, I got other things to do. Cost is more important. 10 years ago, solar was 20-30% more expensive than conventional energy. Hand to heart, nobody will pay more for energy one because it's an electron, right? So these days, to be sustainable, we can also be more profitable, we can also help to create more jobs, and we also help to protect climate. So this case study with Micron, we are very thankful that Micron has journeyed with us because we built a car park. I think a car park for the employees. So this 2 megawatt peak car park is integrated with a solar PV system. Not only it provides greener and cleaner electricity, it also helps to prevent your car from overheating, and your leather seats are also protected. Also another way of sustainability, right? So if you're interested in car park, feel free to go to our booth and register. It is not easy to do a car park in Singapore because of regulations. I think we have tighter and safer regulations, which is in a way good for us. So we just need to know what is required, and we are able to complete the car park. Okay, another case study is Tengah Floating Solar Farm. This is 122,000 solar panels right next to, nowadays the second link is open. So if you're going to Malaysia, look to the right, you can see our floating farm there. So there we coexist with 12 otters. Why I say 12? Because it was 9 and then somehow they reproduce and now I have 12. And we have a lot of eagles, birds, etc. So this whole area still maintain its biodiversity, still kept its tranquil feeling, but we are able to produce 60 megawatt peak of electricity and providing the PUB utilities with greener energy. We use a lot of technology here, GPS trackers, to make sure that the solar panels stay in position. We use a drone with an X-ray feature to take pictures of the solar modules so that it starts with a clean record. And we also use the drone regularly for O&M so that we don't waste the power boat to go out. We just do maintenance, necessary maintenance. Another case study here is something very interesting. This is something new that we actually turned on earlier this year. We actually combine solar with rainwater harvesting. In the past, when it rained, I actually feel very sad because I can see my revenue going down because we only depend on the sun for revenue. When there's no sun, when it's raining, all my guys are very sad because our energy is not generating. So we start thinking, when it rains, how? Okay, so for this particular solar system, we built extra C channels, one 50 by 50 meter cube tank, and we started to collect the rainwater. The rainwater can be used for 3 purposes. The first purpose is, of course, I try to make money by selling it, but this one I need PUB approval. So if I can't do that, what's the next thing I can do? I can use it to wash my solar panels. After wash, go and clean again, wash, go and clean again, so it's recycle and reuse. And the third thing which we are doing now is to use it to cool our solar panels. This can actually give us a 6% improvement in performance ratio. So just a simple additional C channel and a little treatment cube actually helps us to put very good use to water, which if dropped on the floor would have been a waste. So this, and the beauty of this design is when JTC called for the tender, it's supposed to be a mobile solar. So if JTC says, hey, I got an investor coming, can you move? The answer is yes, I am able to move it in 4 to 6 months. So we make it modular, we make it movable, and we hope to be able to implement this in the region where the requirement for electricity may not be for a long term, but we can move it from site to site. So in order to tie up all the 3,700 sites, different customers' requirements, we actually engage in digitalization, where we have a bird's eye view of all the facilities. Most importantly is to detect faults, to do Pareto trend analysis, to understand how to improve the performance. And last but not least is to report the sustainability statistics. Okay, I understand there are some IHLs here. Who's from Poly School, ITE? My customer, my supplier. So I'm a big fan, super big fan of ITE, SP and all that. So in the name of sustainability, it's not just for us to do a report and show our customer, hey, I'm the most sustainable company. It is really a responsibility that each and every one of us have to have. So for companies to thrive, we need people. For people to thrive, we need new entrants, we need young grads, we need ideas. This is where we start to grow the industry and the what do you call the sector, right? So when we first started solar many years ago, go where and find solar engineer, actually very hard. We either have to engage from overseas or steal from Semicon. By the way, I came from Semicon. That's why I steal from Semicon. So a lot of us from Semicon actually moved to solar, right? I think in the other industries as well. But it doesn't work that way. We need to grow the people when they are young. When they are very small, primary school, we tell them sustainability, reuse, reduce, recycle, alternative energy. And that's exactly what we are doing with ITE. ITE, we have built a little center for sustainable solutions. And we bring secondary school, primary school kids there to introduce them the early stage of solar. We also work with ITE to use students to improve. One example that I mentioned just now, 122,000 solar panels. It was actually developed right smack during COVID, where workers coming out from the dormitory is just so difficult, right? And we used to only spend 100 workers. We only had 100 workers, and they were very, very dear to us because not easy. That time was COVID and very hard to come out from the dorm. 100 workers could only do 1,000 panels per day. Right? It was a very difficult time. So I had some ITE students, they were there for attachment to learn how to do solar panel construction. And they actually gave us a very, very good idea. They were hands-on ITE students. So they actually helped us to make a custom-made jig where it can screw in all directions. And this actually helped the workers to improve the productivity from 1,200 panels to 2,000 per day. So I strongly believe that the use of these students is a mutual benefit, because not only they bring ideas that we will never think before, but we also help to develop their liking for sustainability job in the future. On the right picture is a picture that Sembcorp has taken with Singapore Poly. Some of you will ask, wow, Jen, you put so many solar panels everywhere in Singapore. What's going to happen 20 years later when the contract ends? This is where what we are going to do. We're going to recycle it. And so far, Singapore Poly has the ability, they have proven that they can recycle 95% of the panel. So we can extract it back to silver, silicon, glass, aluminium, etc. So this is, so we don't have to worry. You can put as much solar panel as possible and then recycle it when the time is up. So we will continue to work with students, the talent pool, to build the education and the training so that we have sufficient skilled manpower to journey with us sustainability in Singapore. Okay, the next thing about sustainability is not just energy. Water is to us is, especially for semicon, for manufacturing, water is also a very important resource. So what do we do with water? In Sembcorp, we do actually all kinds of water treatment. We are present in Singapore, China, UK, Oman and UAE. We actually supply water, we recycle water and we treat water. As of now, our gross capacity is 8.2 million meter cube per day, and this is with 20 years of experience. I think the key point here is any kind of technology we have done and tried before. Most importantly is how to make sure that we measure and have a remote monitoring to measure the quality and the data. So we have this thing called the Sembcorp Virtual Brain, where we protect your asset. I think water recycling, to make sure that we don't discharge the wrong type of water into, or we need to make sure that the quality of the water that we recycle, because water can be a very precious resource, right? So we need to make sure we protect, we really get whatever you plan out to save, and then we can scale this recycling activity for the future. So this is the reason why we want to develop the digital capability of the water monitoring and water recycling. Okay, we do recycling on-site for wastewater. I think what we boast that we have is really the technical expertise and how to enhance the recycling use. Right, and then this is a case study of a decentralized water recycling plant where we recycle about 245 meter cube per day. And the water cost savings, right, I mentioned, right, people, planet, and profit. This one covers planet and profit because not only you save costs, you improve your profit, but you also reduce and reuse and, you know, optimize the use of water. And of course, for this particular site, we do 24/7 monitoring to enable process and equipment reliability because water is a very important source, right? Yeah, and then more on the recycling plant is, I think I couldn't emphasize more on the need for digital capability to make sure that there is always a circular response. What you do, you get the report, you Pareto, you plot the trend, and then you get actions and all that. And then indirectly, you will reduce manpower costs, improve productivity, as well as the profits that you plan out to get when you want to do the water recycling. Okay, the last segment that I have is really on Go Net Zero. I think when I first started solar, people just wanted to do solar to save money. No, at first people don't want to do solar because don't save money. Then later people want to do solar because save money. Today, all solar systems in Singapore, I think I can guarantee that it's definitely cheaper than the power that you buy from conventional source. Definitely cheaper. Always comes at a discount. If nobody give you, don't worry, come to Sembcorp, I will give you. So that's so that's about solar. But now, as Dala has spoken, sustainability, scope 2, scope 3, people become very intellectual. Scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, how to track renewable energy credits, carbon credits. I'm sure you all have overload of this. I shall not overload you. I'm also one of those companies that do that. But what's important is really from end to end. How do you produce? Where is it produced? How do you track it? The authentication of it. And the most importantly, your boss can see at one click of a button. That's important, right? Otherwise, you spend another unsustainable group of people trying to prepare a report so that the boss can see weekly. That one is very difficult. That's the reason why we came out with Go Net Zero, where it not only can track the production, how much you have produced, how much alternative energy you have created for your company. It can also track how much credits that you have created, how much you have decarbonized, and how much additional credits that you need to reach your decarbonization target. So this is the entire suite of solutions that we provide. Measure carbon footprint, set a target, abate emissions, use the offsets, and communicate. So this whole suite that we provide actually is an end-to-end solution. I mean, it can be provided in parts or in full. And why Go Net Zero? I think more importantly is because we are the producer. We know how to measure the credits. We are able to cut through the complexity. I think RECs, renewable energy credits today is a voluntary market, and there is no government body or some certification that can say that you know, to guarantee. So we do go through accreditation companies like IREX and APX, etc. So I think we work with them to use a blockchain technology to make sure that the RECs that people produce are authentic. So we deliver high quality environmental attributes. I think in a nutshell, this whole solution is to really, in the name of sustainability, provide productivity and efficiency for people to go sustainable. Okay, so our RECs and carbon credits track record, I mean, as you can see, we not only produce the RECs and carbon credits, we also help people to trade and to buy and make people greener. So what we have done is equivalent to planting 160 million trees. Okay, I think this is quite repetitive. It's really talking about how to make sure that we track our renewable energy credits and carbon credits using the blockchain technology. Okay, towards a sustainable, greener future, I think, like I mentioned, going sustainable is really about reducing waste, recycling what you can reuse, improving your profitability, making people happier, creating jobs, and people are continuously on a learning journey. So I think we are an example of a sustainable company. So is Schneider. I enjoyed her speech very much. And I think the most important is how all of us can journey in this together to make the world a better place to live in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jantan. We do have questions for you. The first question right here, 2 votes for that question. How can companies become more sustainable while also balancing space constraints at their plants and facilities?
For those who are building new fabs, new buildings, please make it solar ready. Because if not, we have to go and apply to SCDF, not easier. SCDF, BCA, and all the authorities. But if you make it solar ready, you can actually optimize the space. So for example, we talk about BIPV these days. In the past, when you mention BIPV, wow, it's very expensive, you cannot do. Because, of course, if BIPV, you can only take 50% of the sunlight. But if you make it solar ready and you put it in a place that doesn't have shading, in today's power price, even 50% is better than not having it, in my opinion. So BIPV is something that is possible. These days, if you look at the rooftop, wow, the architects are quite creative. Got trellis, got some funny shape. That one is not solar friendly. So if you are thinking about greener building, that kind of design, maybe keep it to the minimum. Have enough space that we can do solar. Another thing is your rooftop sometimes quite congested with water system, utilities and all that. If you have that in mind, it's okay. But if you plan structures in advance and do submission in advance, the chance of having more solar is easier. Because if you already built, going in to do alteration by adding the solar on the trellis is not easy in the context of Singapore. Same goes for car park. If you already know that you have some employee car park and all that, make it solar ready so that when we come in to put solar, it doesn't have too much additional cost and is efficient enough for you to have greener energy. If you have read in the news, in Singapore we are really space constrained. So we even talk about power import from the region. So we are really doing all we can to go green. So the other thing is instead of just changing to green energy, which I forgot to mention, is really looking at how to reduce the use of energy. I think last month, Singapore Poly, who's Singapore Poly? I'm a big fan of Singapore Poly. So I went to Singapore Poly. I saw they have this special paint already your building, and then after that you become very efficient. So I also want to put that in my offering. Next time who do solar, I can offer painting. So that you reduce first, then I do solar, I got more energy not being used. Just kidding, but I think this Singapore Poly, the paint is quite interesting. Probably there are other people doing it as well, but I think this how to reduce energy consumption. Certain things like the chillers, the aircon. Yesterday I was at this town council meeting. So they were saying, put your aircon to 25 degrees and use a fan. It feels as cold, but use much less energy. So these are little things that you can do to reduce. So even though we are space constrained, we still can, meet our sustainability targets.
Thank you for sharing all the ideas. One more question. How can semicon manufacturers more effectively lower their carbon footprint emissions?
I think probably a similar question is about how to reduce the energy consumption, how to use alternate source of energy. The other thing is we want to encourage green energy, right? Conventional energy is really dirty brown power. That's why Sembcorp's slogan is brown to green. And if you really have space constraint, after you really optimize all the reduction, consider purchasing renewable energy credits, supporting the idea of going renewable and really supporting Singapore of going green and meeting our green plan in 2030.
Indeed, thank you. Thank you so much, Ms. Jen Tan, for your sharing. We really learned a lot from Ms. Sherry. A round of applause once again for Ms. Jen Tan. Okay, it's 3 o'clock right now. We will take a very short break, about 10 minutes, and we will all be right back at 3:10 for the next speaker. Thank you. See you later.
You like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels. How it feels. You like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels. How it feels. Cover it up, you like to play your own game. Cover it up, don't let them know what you're thinking. I bet you never tell them how it feels. How it feels. How it feels.
So ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome you back into the ballroom once again. It's about 3:10 right now. We're going to start on the next speaker. Thank you. Please come back right into the ballroom. We're going to kickstart the event program in the next minute. Thank you. At this point of time, we'd like to invite our guests back into the ballroom as we're going to start the event about a minute's time. Thank you so much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated right here, right now, as we're going to kickstart once again the second half. And we are very, very close to the end of the summit, which means we are really close to the second lucky draw as well. We do hope you get a good break, a good stretch. And welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. Be seated, thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Mehbob Khan, Market Manager, Asia Pacific Microelectronics, Veolia Water Technologies. He has 25 years of experience in the semiconductor and microelectronics industry, water treatment and management expert. Today's topic is on front-end wafer fabrication and back-end semiconductor plants. Today, we are racing towards achieving water recycling targets imposed by either local management or government bodies. This topic today will cover best practices of water reclaim and reuse, as well as international benchmarks against one of the best in semicon manufacturing worldwide. So without further ado, shall we give a big hands to welcome Mr. Mehbob Khan, Strategic Water and Resource Recovery with Macro-Porous Polymer Extraction towards Circular Economy. Welcome.
Once again, very good afternoon to all of you. The topic is very long. I realize it's the longest topic in the today's so-called forum in terms of the size as well as in terms of the name. I will try to do in this next 25 minutes or 30 minutes, try to simplify it for you. It is about circular economy in terms of water and chemical separation. Yeah? So fab uses a lot of water and chemicals, and how do we help them in terms of separating those two so that they go into a circular economy mode. A bit about me, I'm in this microelectronics segment, but serving the water treatment industry, helping our fabs in Singapore for last 25 years, 26 years. A brief outline of the so-called topic here. So the first topic is we are going to discuss what's going to happen to all the fabs in coming so-called years to come by, especially in terms of rate of recycling, because that's a hot topic being discussed amongst fab, amongst PUB being the Public Utility Board, or those who are our overseas visitors. It is our municipal authority for water. And then the second segment, we will little bit deep dive into technology itself. What is it? This micro-porous polymer extraction. The third one would be a bit of a case study, so let you feel that it's done and how it's done. And the last one would be, of course, conclusion. We wanted to start with a slide for a fab which is doing a lot, and that you see it on the screen. It's TSMC in Taiwan. And that's where they are achieving quite high rate of recycling. Yeah? Later on, you will see why they are picked, because of the KPI that they have set for themselves and what they are achieving as of today. So there is some red dotted line outline for you. So the key point here is it's not the end of pipe recycling that they are focusing. They are going after specific streams, and that helps them to achieve that high rate of recycling. What are the drivers? The drivers here, the first picture, as probably many of the speakers earlier mentioned, the water scarcity. It's a real picture taken from a so-called Taiwan reservoir where it is feeding to the Hsinchu High-Tech Park. So it came close to, as you can see in the picture, to dryness, and it was a real panic mode situation. So there people were paying like $50 per cubic meter of water, whereas in Singapore, even though new water is there, we are paying a fraction of it, like $2 per cubic meter of water. The second driver is sustainability goals, KPIs, etc., that are being set forth not only by the fab themselves or the industry themselves, but also certain government bodies. And we will talk about PUB a bit later. Cost is another factor. So cost keeps going up in terms of water, not only water, but the chemicals. So today's topic is talking about, again, it's not just about water, but it's also how you gain back your chemical. So that's the interesting part and interesting twist to the whole thing. It's not just about water recycling. The last one, of course, regulation. 30. So the technology that we are going to put forward to you, it's in application, but not maybe in so much semiconductor, but it's there for last 30 years. Yeah? The application to semiconductor is relatively new. 50 is, in a specific case here, we are going to talk about a case study where it is IPA, or isopropyl alcohol. Many of the fabs are using it, plentiful of it. And how are you going to recover it? And last one, yes, what you see is true. You recover 100% of the water from that wastewater stream. Yeah? So that's pretty amazing. We take you back into a bit of how traditionally things are done. So if you go to any water forum these days, you would hear a lot of presenters presenting you. They use something called as filtration, ultrafiltration, and reverse osmosis. Or sometime, if it's a little bit biological, they would use a MBER, and they would again go for the reverse osmosis. What we are trying to achieve, or we have already gone into a case study here in Taiwan, where what we are achieving is actually new way of recycling. So what you see in the box, MPPE, and what you are going to get out of it is almost 100% of the water, although there are some evaporative losses, and hence the percentage drops to a little bit lower. But what you get is also IPA, isopropyl alcohol, which I'm sure all of you in the fab industry are using. Here a bit we wanted to talk about, we are in Singapore, so let's talk Singapore context, some of the major fabs. Sorry if some of the other back-end fabs are not appearing, but it applies to back-end fabs too, by the way, because I see a lot of back-end people also here. So this is more on the front-end side, and this is what they are achieving right now. They are achieving about 25% to 70% in terms of rate of recycling. Okay, the best fab is only at 70%. In terms of what is others or so-called leaders are doing in rate of recycling, TSMC is at a very different level. They are at 86% right now, and they are aiming to go to 90. Sorry, this is a bit busy slide, but try to focus on the color coding, so for easy understanding. So the encapsulated black color is pretty much your fab. On the sides, those blue color circles are what you get into the fab in terms of water, and out on the right-hand side is what you send it out, which goes to PUB eventually and could become a new water. In fact, it is becoming a new water. And within those so-called dark reddish color are the ones which are the major consumer, like your tools, obviously, and cooling towers and scrubbers, both local and central scrubbers. There are some lighter shades which are also a consumer, but they are not high consumers. And what you see, the green color lines are the lines where you are doing the water recycling. This is a typical standard fab situation. Of course, fab to fab things can vary, but 90% of the situation you will see this kind of things happening. And what is going on here is the formula that PUB is going to apply next time when you go and ask for more water from them, this is the formula they would apply. In the next slide is appearing. Try to focus yourself on the Singapore side, and that's what it would be. Don't worry if you don't understand too much of the technicality. The concept here of the formula is what you are recycling, meaning all those green lines in your fab, over what you are actually consuming in terms of intake plus the recycling that is taking place. So by that virtue, you will arrive at that percentage, whether it is 50%, 40%, 30%, 60%, and so on. Okay? And next time, as I spoke, you would be asked to provide this fake data. In fact, PUB might be asking you even now if you are requesting more water from them. On the left-hand side, Taiwan example is given, and highlighted in yellow is something called as the evaporative losses. So they seems to minus it. So they do gain a little bit more in terms of water recycling rate, but not by a big margin. So still there is a big gap between so-called Singapore fabs versus Taiwan fabs in terms of rate of recycling. So we could do a lot more here. And probably what we are hearing from the industry sources is that the 50% is the mark that most likely going to be kind of a KPI that everybody would strive to achieve, at least in Singapore, in the coming years. Okay? A bit about the industry. I think you have heard enough that it's a heavy water consumer. One fab, front-end one, easily 1,000 cubic meter per hour or even more, which is very, very big volumes. It is restricting a lot of things. Even new investment occasionally are being subjected to a lot of scrutiny because we have water situation now. In terms of so-called growth, it is a very, very fast-growing industry, even in Singapore, and a lot of new fab investments, back-end, front-end. Some you have seen, some are likely to come, and back-end is still continuing. In terms of challenges, basically you have challenges like organics in your wastewater, you have solids, and you have so-called salts or TDS. Of course, there can be little more challenges than that, but these are the three major challenges that you are faced with. And if you go and talk to the fabs in Woodland, they are right now having opportunity to recycle the water more, but the problem is they have a discharge situation, meaning when they discharge this water, wastewater, they have to meet certain criteria of PUB, and which is about 3,000 TDS, 3,000 ppm of TDS, and they are not able to meet it. So there is a circular thing going on, so please keep in mind that adding more chemical while you are doing the wastewater treatment is going to make you hit that ceiling of 3,000 ppm, or even chloride of 400 ppm or sulfate of certain number of ppm. So all this has interlinks with each other, because remember what you are going to discharge is going to go back to PUBs and to become new water. This is a bit of a pyramid just to explain some basics about it, where the MPP technology that today is the focus of discussion is sitting. So basically the bottommost tier of the pyramid was when 25 years ago, we were all just trying to achieve a UPW spec, and that's it, and wastewater treatment spec, and that's it. We were not bothered about how to recycle. From that phase onwards, the middle tier shows you that we started doing some recycling, some rinses, and now the next tier is to go even further. Even the concentrate streams, can we do more about it? And that's where MPPE and some evaporative technologies come into play. Here, today's topic of discussion, we have circled it. It's about a stream that contains IPA in the wastewater, which many of the fabs are using, not many, in fact, most of the fabs will have to use IPA in one way or the other. So here we try to show you a kind of a circular economy situation, whereby at the top what you see is a kind of a factory or a fab. Of course, it won't have a chimney normally, a fab, but just for the simpler representation. And then you get a UPW. Here UPW stands for something called as ultra pure water. You add chemicals to it, maybe some gases to it, and put it into your tools. And then what you get out is wastewater. Yeah? That wastewater may contain whatever you have added, plus, of course, a lot of chemical reaction has happened. The problem that you are facing today is that you want to separate the two out, but actually what you are doing is through ROs or reverse osmosis and etc., you're concentrating it. You're concentrating it and sending it to PUB to treat it. So you're passing the buck from your fab to PUB in literal sense. The ideal situation would be for you to separate the two distinctively so that you are not, creating or passing the pollutant to somewhere else. And the answer lies in this kind of technology, which is MPPE or microporous polymer extraction. By the way, this is a picture, or rather a 3D drawing model for what we are going to have in Taiwan. It's being installed right now. So what is the comparison? So you might have heard, some of you who are in utilities or some of who are in operations, you would have heard things like reverse osmosis. So reverse osmosis and ultrafiltration, if you can focus on the yellow highlighted portion, will always have some reject water. So concentration or so-called percentage may vary. It can be shown as 10% and 25% for reverse osmosis, but it could be at least around 75% in terms of overall recovery. So this, again, repeated to keep the point clear that what you are sending out to sewer is eventually turning into a new water. And some of the fabs in so-called Woodland as well as some in Pasir Ris are right now facing some TOC issue because the pollutant are being sent out of the fab, the organics have gone in and coming back to you again. And some of them are causing you trouble in terms of achieving TOC in your UPW water. What MPPE does is basically it removes the chemical, at least the organic part of the chemical, and sends out the water. This is how the so-called MPPE media looks like in the first 2 or 3 pictures. And it is very small, like a sugar granule size, and it has a porosity. So within the pore, there is this wonderful extraction liquid sitting. And this extraction liquid is the key. It is what is actually doing the extraction or absorption in case of IPA from the wastewater stream. And we basically work on the principle of swing extraction or absorption, meaning based on the temperature, it works to either extract or absorb, and then at a higher temperature, release whatever pollutant it has extracted or absorbed. This is a bit of a so-called audio-visual, but I would say that rather than focusing on too many equipment there, basically the principle is there are 2 vessels, and within, first one is doing the pollution removal or so-called chemical adsorption or extraction, and the second one is releasing it while doing the steam implantation or steam regeneration. What happens when the steam comes, the pollutants are released and the pollutants are then condensed into a condenser, and that is retained as your pure chemical or so-called organic chemical that you derived out of the wastewater. So it's very different compared to reverse osmosis. These are the kind of system sizes that you would end up seeing. So right in the center, there is some pilot plant for you to try it out if you are new to this technology. And just on the right-hand side, what you see is 2 containers sitting one on top of the other, a 40-foot container that can handle roughly about 50 meter cube per hour capacity. This is an example of so-called Philips in Germany, where we were removing a pollutant toluene. So the most interesting part for me here is what you see in terms of toluene in terms of inlet is about 500,000 ppb, and what you get out is 50 ppb just in a single step. What you see in the picture on the upper side of it is a stainless steel vessel. Those 2 tiny vessels are doing the job. In terms of comparison, I think typically you would always use, industry always uses UFRO or MBRRO, and here is where the big differentiation comes about. Those are membranes. They will have their own issues in terms of scaling, fouling, etc. And also they will have issues in terms of recovery, which we spoke about. It's a concentrating technology. You haven't removed the pollutant, you have just shifted the pollutant. And in terms of other competition, in terms of distillation still, etc., it is very, very high OPEX because steam consumption for distillation still distillation column is extremely high, yeah, to the scale of like 10 times of what MPPE would do. This is a long list. I don't expect you to read through, but basically some of the highlighted ones are the ones which are used in either front-end or back-end fabs. So if you have even more of the organic chemical, please do reach out to us. We can do the separation. This is the slide straight from PUB. So we have taken permission of PUB to present and even broadcast even further that there are a lot of grants available because there are always, hesitation and things like that how do I get started or, how do I fund it, etc. So PUB has been so generous. They are even giving you funding for piloting it, doing testing, initial testing, meaning water testing. So basically, they are really after you to get it started. So, and then there is, of course, the big thing is the last bullet point on the right-hand side, funding for the CAPEX for innovative technology. So far, Singapore, none of the fab have so-called installed this MPPE technology. So if you are the first fab to install it, you would be ending up with this 4 million grant, which is extremely lucrative, yeah? So that's one, and even if you are second or third, doesn't mean that the grant stops, by the way. You still get all the 3 grants, but the 4 million will drop to something like 1 million. So more or less on concluding it, go towards MPPE kind of a technology which is able to do the separation rather than, kind of diversion or concentration of pollutant. And by the way, one thing which I did not speak about, that this IPA that we are capturing is resellable. Obviously, you would ask, can I reuse it in my fab? Answer is no, because the purity of your IPA requirements are too high. But yes, it is resellable to a secondary industry like, thinner industry or turpentine makers, etc. The second one is, of course, it helps you with the ESG, rate of recycling. So rate of recycling is going to come soon for you whenever you are going to ask for your extra water from PUB. It's a non-membrane technology. We spoke about it. Membrane has its own issues. Some of the users who are sitting here and we have been discussing has its own issue and so-called problems. It's very compact and modular. By the way, the system that we are installing inside the fab in Taiwan, it's going to sit inside a sub-fab, yeah? So in the basement. So it's very compact. So having said all, it is very low OPEX also. So everything said, it is really a step forward towards circular economy and sustainability with very, very unique separation methodology. So please take a first step, go for the lab test or go for the piloting plant because there are fundings there waiting for you to be so-called encashed. Okay, with this, I open the floor for questions.
Yes, Mr. Mebo, but I do have questions for you with votes. Okay, what is the energy usage to run MPPE system as compared to conventional method?
Okay. So conventional method, I think there was a slide though, that there is a conventional method, there are 2 things to be compared, the membrane system. So membrane system, you would have a tremendous amount of energy use, whereas in MPPE, I just give you a KPI. So you are using, let's say in this case of IPA removal or IPA separation, you are using hardly about 5 kgs per cubic meter of water. And this steam is not very high temperature steam, by the way. It's only about 107, 108 degrees. So it's relatively very, very fast in terms, the OPEX is seriously very low, and that's how the KPIs or so-called ROIs are also relatively faster. So that's as far as one technology is concerned. The other one, which we also had a slide about, which is more about a so-called column, and column versus this is a factor of 10, simple. Yeah.
Thank you. Speaking about ROI, we have another question. What is a typical ROI for installing MPPE system?
Yeah. So it's a bit hard to generalize it, but with the case in the presentation, where we are doing the IPA and UPW or so-called DI water separation, it was working out to be around 3 years. It will be different for you if 3 to 5 years. If you already have some system like RO membrane, etc., then it would be a little bit longer. But otherwise, the range is about 3 to 5 years.
Right, 3 to 5 years. Okay, next question for you. For such MPPE system, can the filter be regenerated or being disposed each time?
No, absolutely. You know, while the audio visual was showing, because there was too many things happening there, but I tried to simplify it. There's always two vessels. So whenever you saw the pictures, etc., there are always two vessels. One vessel is working and the other one is regenerating. So there is always a service cycle happening and a regeneration cycle happening. So that's why it goes in a pair. So no, you are not throwing the media, not at all. In fact, this media is pretty robust. It is used, the technology was developed, by the way, for the oil and gas people 30 years back. So it's pretty robust. You know, in oil and gas, the kind of pollutant you are looking at is not so clean as our semicon. So it lasts there about close to 10 years. So our estimate is it should last longer than 10 years in terms of media life.
Thank you very much for clarifying. Next, what is the switching cost to the MPPE system?
Yeah, so it is again a very generic question. It is a bit harder to work out and tell you a kind of number. What we suggest that if you already have a recycling system, but it is not effectively removing the pollutant, especially the organic pollutant, please do talk to us. We will have to analyze it before we can answer you a specific question like that, how much would be the cost, switching cost. But just to give you a rough idea, again, being the case of Taiwan, it was around, let's say a ballpark number for you, 100 meter cube per hour system would cost you everything inclusive, turnkey basis kind of a situation would cost you around $10 million.
Right, thank you very much for sharing the figures. One more question for you. Is this membrane technology targeted for only one solvent or can we use it for mixed solvent recovery?
Yeah, right now this is what we are doing, a lot of testing and kind of development. I won't call it a research. We have different media. What we showed you is just one media for one specific chemical. So we carry a kind of an array of medias and it can be deployed in a nice different configuration so that we could achieve even a multi-pollutant extraction. So this is something, once this is achieved, it will be really a game changer. And even without it, to us, it is a game changer technology because it's not a concentrating technology. It's simply separation technology, removing it and giving you one side chemical, one side all the water.
Thank you. Thank you very much for answering all the questions that we have. I think that's good. Shall we all give a big hand once again to Mr. Mebab?
Thank you, everyone.
We really get to learn a lot from all our speakers. Right now, last but not least, we have Mr. Siva Gunasparan, General Manager, GUUD Private Limited, to close this year's summit. In his current role, he is responsible for leading his team to drive digital transformation in the trade facilitation and logistics sector in Singapore and Malaysia. Topic will be on deep dive into supply chain digitalization and carbon emission tracking and discuss about how technology can play an important role in shaping sustainable practices, reducing cost and environmental impact. Shall we give a big hand, Mr. Siva Gunasparan, Sustainable Supply Chain Practices, reducing cost while reducing our carbon footprint. Hand over the time to you.
Hi everyone, good evening. I always end up being the most unlucky person. I had one session last month where I was also the last presenter. Everybody was almost falling asleep. Some wanted to go back, some want to go have beers. So today again, I'm the last one. Hopefully next time I won't be the last speaker. Anyways, today I want to speak a little bit about the supply chain side of manufacturing. I think it's an area that most of you guys might not see because half the time manufacturing companies outsource this to your freight forwarders, to your logistics service providers. So it may seem like an area that is not related to you, but rest assured by the end of my session, I hope you will realize that it's an area where you control the most, to be honest, to make the change. So let me just begin. And before I start, just want to let you know that to us, we feel that sustainability and digitalization is a journey. It's a marathon, it's not a sprint, because if you're expecting very quick results, like, I have this, tomorrow can I become a 100% sustainable company, or can I be 100% digitalized by tomorrow? There's no such solutions in the market. So it's going to be a step by step, but we have to take the first step forward, and hopefully when we do that, then the wheels are in motion and we start moving. So a bit about the company before we begin. We're a tech company founded in 2013, and we focus a lot on trade and logistics. So what you see here is the countries that we're present in. We provide both B2G solutions. We work with governments in certain countries to implement the entire custom systems. And then in some countries, like in Singapore, we work with on the B2B model with the businesses and the corporates as well to implement solutions and services that would benefit everyone as a whole. I'll just skip this part. It's boring stuff since everyone's already sleepy. Okay, it's month end, salary time, so I need to present this video about the company so that I'll get my salaries banked into my account. So bear with me for 1.5 minutes. Let's watch this video and give you a better understanding of what we do.
Trade is a critical part of our global economy. However, trade processes are typically disjointed, complex, and filled with tiresome manual procedures. With limited access to reliable logistics services and trade finance, and complex regulatory processes, small producers struggle to improve their incomes and their lives. These challenges drive our vision, Trade for Good, to make trade simpler, more efficient, and more inclusive so everyone can be a player in global trade. Good aims to connect every stakeholder in the trade ecosystem and uses the power of digital technology and data to innovate and simplify processes. Our platforms support a range of industries: coffee, seafood, and grains. Backed by our Good Procure engine, these platforms allow businesses to trade easily, transacting, sending documentation, and making payments digitally, while being able to access trade financing options from banks and alternative financiers effortlessly. Click Cargo, a powerful new digital trade logistics platform now available in Singapore, has partnered with the Indonesia government's national logistics ecosystem in Indonesia to digitalize compliance and payment processes, and now connects customs, freight forwarders, cargo insurance providers, container depots, and even trucking service providers on a single platform. Camel One, our flagship product, develops government platforms to facilitate trade, and we have developed single-window platforms for regional governments and countries for both customs and used by port authorities. Today, Good has established itself as a leading company in trade technology. We aspire to spread good across the world. When businesses and economies grow, the lives of people will improve, and we will have created prosperity and efficiencies in the entire trade landscape, and that is our vision for Good.
Right, was a pretty short one. I was told that if I went any longer, I'll put everyone to sleep, so we got a more compressed version of the video for you guys. All right, so why supply chain, right? So as manufacturing companies, we very much focus in your plants, in producing equipments, machineries that is energy efficient. I think that has been the focus. But then why do we feel that companies like yourselves have to look at the supply chain portion? The answer is very simple. Almost 60% of CO2 emissions globally comes from the supply chain process, from start to finish. So it's a very integral part that may be overlooked, but actually this portion contributes a huge amount of CO2 emission. And today's discussion, if I capture it correctly, everybody was talking about visibility. Sometimes as decision makers, we have businesses to run, which takes up most of our time. And when you do not have enough visibility on a certain issue pertaining sustainability, pertaining to CO2 emissions, it's very difficult for you to make any informed decisions or make any change to the organization or the way you work. So this report from Accenture is just to articulate that. And what you see here is basically a few technology solutions within supply chain that we believe it's going to be a focus. And there are a lot of technology companies out there, not just ourselves. I think there are a lot of good companies in Singapore providing different solutions. But within the good ecosystem, these are two areas that we want to focus on. These are the two of the technologies that we feel has the highest importance today. Number one, we want to facilitate the switch from ICE vehicles, ICE referring to diesel, petrol vehicles, commercial trucks, vans, to electric vehicles. And to let you know, it's not going to be an easy switch. We understand that, which is why when I go into the details later, you'll understand that we're trying to also help companies who are already on the diesel vehicles at least be able to track your CO2 outputs. In most cases, we have invested heavily into these assets. Trucking companies may have bought assets in the past 1 to 2 years. There is no way they're going to switch overnight. So at least if there's some visibility in terms of the emission, if there are ways for them to monitor and improve the emission within the current fleets, that'll be quite helpful while they slowly move towards the electric vehicles and stuff. The next thing is basically the track and trace portion, because again, when you have visibility of your whole movement of your cargo, there are many ways to improve and automate and maximize the value of that whole thing. I'll share a bit more later. Then again, it all sounds logistics, it all sounds forwarding. Is this even relevant to you? The answer is very simple, yes. The reason being, we've been working with the freight forwarding community for a long time. Since 2013, we've been working with the freight forwarding community. We've been working with the logistics companies for a long time, trucking companies, etc. The main issue is change. And being an intermediary representing customers like yourselves, who are the actual paymasters, it's very difficult to get them to change unless it's mandated by you guys. So one quick example is we had a partner recently coming up to us saying that, hey, could you track my vehicles? I've been pitching this to them for the past 6 months. And the guy was always, it's interesting, okay, we'll talk soon. Yeah, we'll talk soon. That's the most common answer, right? We'll talk soon. And then suddenly overnight he gives us a call and says, can you come over and make a presentation? I was like, why, what happened? Apparently, his shipper, the cargo owner, companies like yourselves, made it mandatory in the RFQ that the local deliveries of their equipment, it's actually a luxury fashion brand, and they made it mandatory that every delivery has to be done through an electric vehicle. And if it's going to be delivered through trucks, because there's no trucks, vans there is in Singapore today, but there's no real electric trucks today. It's not come in yet. So if you're going to deliver via trucks, they want to see the CO2 tracking of each vehicle. If you can't provide that, you're out of the RFQ. And overnight, we had the opportunity to work with them. We delivered the solution, and now we're being tracking it. So I would like to, I'm hoping that all of you can follow suit and start to make such things mandatory, because I think that's what I'm trying to say. You're the main driver. If you decide to make it happen, all the other players within the supply chain will follow, and then the thing will start to move. So that was one of the main messages I wanted to share today. If I can get this message across, I think my pitch has been quite successful. Yeah, and why making a change is important. I'll share 2 scenarios just to give you a brief of how much leakage or how much wastage is happening in the logistics and supply chain sector. The first one is on the digitalization portion. So again, what you would usually do is we would appoint a freight forwarder. We will give them all the invoice documents, the packing list, etc. And then our job is done, because we expect the freight forwarder to ship the item from point A to point B, and tada, it'll arrive in our doorstep or in our warehouse. But what actually happens is there is a need to do a customs declaration. There is a need to maybe apply for BGs and other regulatory requirements. What's happening today? There is somebody in the freight forwarder's office, an appointed representative like ourselves, who's actually typing all the information line by line. So if your invoice document is a couple of 100 pages, it's being printed and sitting on the desk, somebody's typing it into a system, and then they are scanning all the relevant supportings, attaching it, and then filing it up. Even worse, there may be 2 different departments within the same freight forwarder printing the same documents twice. One is for customs declaration, and one more maybe for logistics purposes. So it's so much of paper being printed and stored, and then eventually being archived somewhere, and all this is wastage. So I'll share later in terms of how it can be improved, but these are some of the key considerations that we see, and there are solutions out there in the market to fix this, but I just wanted to put it across to you guys, because sometimes you don't see this, because you just see your shipments being moved, but this is what's happening behind the scenes, and hopefully we can change this together. All right, the next issue is basically in the delivery side of things. So what happens today in terms of having a last mile delivery within country? So the truckers usually, the trucking companies which is appointed by yourselves or your freight forwarders usually will collect a hard copy of the documents, or maybe it gets emailed to them. They will then print it at their office in terms of all the deliveries for tomorrow. They will then print a whole set and then pass them on to the drivers. The drivers would then basically decide on what is the best route to deliver. It may not be optimized, so they will make a choice of where they want to deliver first and based on the timing and stuff like that. And then the item gets delivered. Let me see this. Okay, yeah. So when the item gets delivered, then they get the customer to sign the DO, which is a physical copy. And in most cases, I'm sure you all have been through this, it takes you a few days to get a copy of your DOs back. So again, what happened? One shipper escalated this to my forwarder, saying that, hey, I'm not going to wait 2 or 3 days for my DOs. We want this fixed. If you want my business, I want the DOs immediately. And what they did is they got the driver to make an extra trip back every day to just return the DOs, and that's a chargeable service to the freight forwarder, which is also a waste of fuel and a waste of money. So with this issue, we also came up with a solution which I will share after this. So if you remember the first problem, which is digitalization, so this is a solution to it. So what happens is, hold on, just 1 minute. Okay, so as a tech company ourselves, what we do is basically we try to integrate with you guys on an EDI manner. So in the list that I see here, thankfully I think about 30% of our business today is already automated. Means we get the documents digitally from our cargo owners, which is manufacturing companies like yourself. So I think people like Infineon, Lam Research, Applied Materials, some of your documents, we get it digitally. So we're able to extract the data and be able to declare the permits on your behalf. So what happens is, whatever documents that can be obtained digitally, we would then push it into our trade repository in our engine. Whatever that comes in into PDF, today about 70% of my business, and we are controlling about 20% of Singapore market, equating to about 120,000 permits a month. 70% is still PDF based. We still get PDFs that we're supposed to type in. So we developed our own CMR solution. It's basically an OCR with AI capabilities to extract the data from the PDF and pump into the repository. And once the data is in the repository, the beauty of it is, if I need a certain information for customs declaration, we can just call an API to pull that data in. And later on, if the shipper or the customer needs a set of the information for trade financing purposes, we could call an API and send the data over as well. So once you key in the data one time, and hopefully to a digital manner, the data can be reused again and again and again without any further manual efforts. So no more printing, and it saves everybody time. So that's one of the values which we're trying to push forward. Right, the next thing, we spoke about the manual logistics process, right? So let's look at this one. So with the, again, the platform that we have today, I think it's not just the only platform. I think there are many good track and trace, fleet management softwares out there. Explore one of them. And what these softwares could do is they could give you this value. So first thing first, the job can be dispatched from system to system. So as a freight forwarder or a cargo owner, you could just log into the system and upload your jobs for the day. The trucking companies or the freight forwarders that has been assigned to do your jobs would be able to see the jobs real time, assign it to the drivers within the platform itself, if you're getting me. And then the drivers be notified in their apps, the mobile apps, once they receive the jobs. So the next morning when they go and pick up the goods, they'll just show that app and they'll collect the items. When they deliver it to the customer, similar to your Amazon and your Shopee and Lazada shipments, you just sign off on the device itself, and automatically all the signatures and information that you put in would be extrapolated, and electronic DO will be created based on the templates that you require. So everything is paperless. You no longer need to give physical copies to the drivers, etc. The second value is there's also route optimization available nowadays. A lot of the FMS systems out there have something called route optimization. So basically, if a truck has got 5 deliveries, the system will actually calculate and tell you what's the most optimal way to deliver. And again, it removes unnecessary trips. It reduces the issues of the trucks going everywhere and you're wasting fuel and stuff like that. So hope this helps. All right. So one of the things that we have added on to our trucking platform is basically the carbon emission tracking. So we have our sister company within a group called Essen Solutions, and Essen has worked with some industry partners to develop this carbon tracking software. So unlike traditional calculations whereby most people, they would assume one fuel of diesel equates to a certain number of CO2 emission, we believe that's inaccurate because the same one liter of diesel running on a 1-year-old van and running on a 7-year-old van brings out very different carbon outputs. So what we do in this system, let me just not jump the gun. So we will install some tracking devices to read data from the machines, and based on that data that's provided, there are a few criteria, things like idling. One of the largest contributors to CO2 emission from vehicles is actually idling. Means somebody parks the van and doesn't shut down the engine. That creates the highest amount of CO2 outputs. So we track the idling time, we track harsh braking, we track harsh acceleration. All this data is tracked, and then what you get is basically a report. So this is one example. I'm not going to go into the details of it. There's so many technical factors. I may not know everything myself. But yeah, but the main point is there is a baseline today, a baseline that has been developed with ESG and the authorities in Singapore. We've created an industry baseline. This is something new, so it's work in progress. The government is also working on improving this. So this is a baseline. There could be two ways to measure a baseline. Number one, we take the standards that has been set up today by the authorities. Number two, we will take 6 months of your running data to create your benchmark average. And on a month-to-month basis, we will compare the company as well as on a fleet level, your actual CO2 emission against the baseline. So what happens is, if you are improving on a month-to-month basis, in this case, this data shows that your carbon emission is better than your baseline, means you probably have done, you've made some changes to improve it. So in this slide, what you see today is on a vehicle level, and you've noticed on the, the left-hand side, you've got all the different data sets, idling time and the harsh braking, etc. So what it tells you is, on a month-to-month basis, how is your vehicle performing, or how is your company performing, and it also tells you what are the factors that's affecting. So if you notice that, in the following month, my CO2 emission for the fleet went up, you look at the other side, you'll know what has caused it. If it's a driving behavior, talk to your drivers. If it's the vehicle just too old and it's because the vehicle's age is causing the emission to go higher, then maybe it could be a good time to switch to a EV or something. So we were all talking about visibility. I think this is the first step. We're just getting started. I believe this would definitely evolve and improve along the way. But with this, at least now, decision makers, owners of trucking companies or freight forwarders will be able to see this, and they'll be able to make informed decisions on how they want to transform and become more sustainable. So it's something that wasn't there, and I think we're one of the early ones to embark on this, and hopefully we'll continue to improve this as we grow. So yeah, this is just an example of how we can monitor on a vehicle level. Right, so why do all this? Very simple. All the data that I mentioned just now, the dashboards and all that, all the information is stored in a blockchain manner in ESGpedia, which is an initiative in collaboration with the government side of things. So what happens is, if you're able to show 6 months of data and you're showing improvement, you'll be given this low carbon SG certificates. So this is important, maybe not to you guys, but more to the trucking companies, because when your RFQ comes out saying that you must use energy efficient vehicles and stuff like that, this logo helps them to basically do a submission and say, hey, I'm adhering to these standards, so consider me for your RFQs. So it's quite important for them, and basically everybody gets the emission reduction certificate that you could then use for your green loans, your insurance premiums, etc. So my beginning of my speech, I spoke about how do you reduce cost while ensuring sustainability. So for this model, as I said just now, if you subscribe to a service where you're monitoring your fleets in terms of sustainability, your CO2 outputs, on average today we charge about $20 to $50 per vehicle to track, in terms of depending on what you want to track, right? Just basic track and trace, or you want to see your CO2 outputs. it can range between $20 to $50. So then my question was, when we spoke to a few partners, the answer was, it looks interesting, but let me wait. Let me wait until there is a push from my customers to really switch, because it's going to cost me a bit. If I got 10 trucks, I'm going to spend about $500 to $1,000 a month. So what happens is, we were lucky enough, we were very, very lucky, but when I pitched this idea to a few industry giants, a few partners came forward to do it together. So my marketing team told me to not share names, but I will not share names. So first thing first, we have a leasing company who is coming on board the platform very, very soon. We will be announcing an MOU very soon, so you guys will get to know about it. So this leasing company is coming on board the platform to basically provide leasing at a discounted rate for those who are adopting. So because the issue today, as I mentioned, a lot of companies have invested heavily on diesel vehicles. To change overnight, it's going to be difficult. So leasing could be the bridge for the next 2 or 3 years. So with the platform, the leasing companies are coming in to provide a discount. So hopefully those savings will basically offset for the whatever charges you're going to pay for the tracking. We also have one of the largest petroleum companies in the world. I can't mention the name. My marketing team said cannot. So it has 5 letters and it starts with S. I'm not mentioning names anyways. So it's a 5-letter word. The name starts with S. So this company is coming on board to provide 20% fuel rebates if you're on the platform. So if your vehicle is tracked to the platform, you will get the fleet card that will give you 20% discount whenever you fuel up your diesel, petrol, or even if you're on an electric vehicle, when you charge, you get a discount off that. So the reason being is whatever you spend, the $50, $20, you would save more on all these benefits, and hopefully it offsets your cost. The third thing, we also have an insurance company, a large insurance service provider, who is also coming on board. And the fact that you guys are monitoring your driving behaviors and you guys are monitoring all this data on the platform, they're willing to provide 15 to 20% off in terms of the insurance renewals, motor insurance renewals. So easily paying about $2,000 per vehicle a month, you're looking at about $300 to $400 savings on that portion itself. As I think Dalal mentioned just now in her speech that sometimes you can't just throw a problem to your vendors and say change, right? So I think this may not be directly relevant to you today. But what I'm trying to share with you is, if you have a vendor and you want them to switch, and you're not just giving them a problem, you're not just telling them to switch, right? Or you're not just telling them, I want it to be monitored. If you know there's such solutions out there, maybe you can just point them as well. Say that, hey, I need this to be monitored, and there are solutions out there, go and consider it. If you own the assets, come on board. If you do not own the assets, guide your partners or your subcontractors into something like this, because as I said from the beginning, you guys are the main driver for change. Because sometimes talking to the vendors is very difficult, because to them it's like, I'm just waiting, I'm waiting for my shipper, I'm waiting for my cargo owner to tell me what to do. So hopefully it's a bit beneficial. I'm reaching the end of my session. So just to summarize, whatever rubbish I've been saying for the past 15-20 minutes, yeah, so these are the 3 things we're trying to achieve in terms of our goals. Number 1, when we have more visibility on the movement of the trucks and stuff like that, we probably can improve on the CO2 outputs. Just to share with you just now, I did mention that we control about 20% of Singapore's import and export permits, equating to about 120,000 permits a month done through my team. I have a team of 50 people in Singapore and 200 staffs in India doing data entry. Just to share with you, if we were to do all the permits manually, that 20% itself equals to about 1.5 tons of paper a month. So just to give you a magnitude of how big the problem is, right? So with support for some of these partners over the years, from 2013 we've been in business, we managed to get a few of you guys on board, and thanks to all of you who came on board and digitalized some of the processes, 30% of the business has been automated, which equates to about 0.5 tons of savings. We're still burning about close to 1 ton of paper a month, because there is still need for physical copies due to PDFs and stuff like that. But we have our own sustainability goals. We have our own targets to cut it on a month-to-month basis, and that's something that we are monitoring internally, even through other methods such as OCR and other ways of digitalization to achieve our own internal goals. And of course, all the stuff I mentioned just now was about relieving people from doing a lot of manual and boring tasks, because again, one of the key sustainability goals is not just in terms of CO2 and all that, it's actually empowering your people to do higher value tasks. There is a SDG on the labor itself, and hopefully by automating some of these processes, we could move our workforce to do higher value tasks, and that can hopefully benefit the company, bringing in more profits, bringing in more revenue and stuff like that. So with that, thank you for being patient. I know it's a tough one, listening to the last presenter, but appreciate everybody's support. I'm done. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to take them.
Thank you, Mr. Siva. Not done yet, we do have questions for you. 2 votes for this question. Are the freight forwarders and logistics companies ready to digitalize and drive sustainability efforts? The question is just right there as well, if you'd like to refer.
Okay, yeah. So as I said just now, right, well, this is a good question. Okay. I think they're ready, but the problem is we're all creatures of habit, right? We tend not to, we know there are a lot of solutions out there, but we will not change until there is a drive, there's a push. So I think we do see some logistics companies, some freight forwarders who are taking the step forward, mainly the larger ones, because of they also have their own CSR responsibilities. But I think today most of them are still playing the waiting game, and we do hope that cargo owners or shippers like yourself from the manufacturing industry could put your foot down a bit and nudge them a little bit to keep moving. I think if you guys push, it will move much faster.
Thank you. We do have another question for you. Since GUDD works closely with the freight forwarders and logistics companies, can we know what is the take of these companies on the element of sustainability?
Okay. I think it's similar, almost similar to the first question. So they all realize this is where the market is heading to. I think, as I said, we've been in business since 2013, 2014. We've been doing digitalization since then. We partnered with CAS, we partnered with Singapore Customs. We were one of the first to initiate the e-freight exercise. By the way, if you're wondering who we are, Good used to be vCargo Cloud. So some of you members, you know us as vCargo Cloud. That's our previous name. We rebranded because of the business growth in 2019. So they understand the value, but I think they also realize, they also feel that changing the process may affect their current business operation. So everybody is just playing the waiting game for now and hoping that there'll be more push in the next month. But we do see the change happening. We do see more people starting to change. Compared to 2013, 2014, it takes a lot of effort to convince. For the past 1 or 2 years, we're starting to see people coming to us to request for such services. So that's a good turn in terms of the demand and supply.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you for that. One more question to go. How costly is the digitalization journey for companies like manufacturers, shippers? Does it require capital investments like servers or other enterprise software?
Okay, I cannot speak on behalf of other providers out there. There are a lot of good providers. I've seen very good ones as well. But on behalf, representing my company, basically we know it's going to be a difficult change. The mindset change is a bit tough. So we try to ensure that when people adopt this, there is a cost savings. So for example, the permit declaration side, when you digitalize the whole permit declaration, I told you about the document thing, right? You print less, you are sustainable, but because most of the job is replacing human labor, when we provide the service, we also ensure that the permit pricing is reduced. So there is a cost saving. So by sustainability does not mean you have to spend a lot. Sometimes with some solutions, you can actually save at the same time. Some of our solutions, like the platforms and all that, we try to not have any capex. We absorb the cost up front. We have, I think some of them mentioned just now, you have your own ROIs over a few years' time, so we will depreciate the investments over a few years. But we try to charge more on a per use basis. So most of our customers, they actually see cost savings. They actually see reduced capex, and at the same time, they are one step forward in the digitalization and sustainability journey. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Mr. Siva, for answering all the questions. We are all good. Thank you for your presentation as well.
And good luck for the lucky draw.
Good luck to you as well. Thank you. Wonderful indeed. I think today is very fruitful for every one of you that came here, and speakers have provided lots of insights, and it's a good catch up for each and every one of you as well. Before we proceed with the lucky draw, I would like to seek your help to fill in some survey for us once again on the Slido, or you may refer to the QR code on the screen for very, very quick feedback. Thank you so much, so that we know how we do today, and we will do better the next round as well. Thank you so much. Please head on to the survey. Appreciate that. 3 short questions. And it's really very exciting right now. One of you in the ballroom is going to walk away with a grand prize today. It's really exciting. Okay, thank you for filling out the survey. And right now, I would like to also say a big thank you to our online viewers. Thank you very much for staying with us, and we do hope to see you next year. Thank you, and it's really nice to have you all away with us today. Okay, thank you.